Good morning, everybody. And you're very welcome. On behalf of the All Hallows Trust, I'd like to welcome you all here today. And we're very glad that the All Hallows Trust can continue to do something of the work that the former All Hallows College did when it was a college independently operating here. It pioneered so much by way of pastoral renewal in the country over many decades. Last April, we had a very lively gathering here as we reflected on the future of Christian identity in Ireland. And today we have an opportunity to extend our horizons to the global church as we look at synodality in a liminal time. Perhaps when we look around this country, or this city even, as Catholics, we might be inclined to cite those lines from the hymn, "Abide with me, change and decay, and all around I see." There's an aggressive secularism which has asserted itself in this country, I suppose, in the past 20 years in a way with which we hadn't been previously familiar. Engagement with church life is in decline. The clergy are aging, and there are fewer and fewer religious sisters and brothers now in active ministry. The numbers in our seminaries are incredibly low. Just one seminarian for the diocese of Dublin, which has a population of over 1.5 million. So you could say that we're in a bleak and a critical situation as a church in Ireland. On the other hand, we need to push back our horizons. In a global perspective, we could see this crisis as an opportunity opening up for us to rebuild the church, an opportunity for reformation, yielding something new, more energetic, dynamic, life-giving, and with a fresh appeal. 60 years ago, the Vatican Council was in session. It was convened by Pope John XXIII, who refused to see what was happening around him at that time as doom and gloom. And in his famous address, Gaudet Mater, to the opening session of the council, he said of those with that kind of pessimistic outlook, he said, and I quote, "These people see only ruin and calamity in the present conditions of human society. They keep repeating that our times, if compared to past centuries, have been getting worse. And they act as if they have nothing to learn from history, which is the teacher of life, and as if at the time of past councils everything went favorably and correctly with respect to Christian doctrine, morality, and the church's proper freedom. We believe we must disagree with these prophets of doom who are always forecasting disaster as if the end of the world were at hand." And then he went on to say, "In the present course of human events, by which human society seems to be entering a new order of things, we should see instead the mysterious plans of divine providence, which through the passage of time and efforts of men and women, and often beyond their expectations, are achieving their purposes and wisely disposing of things, even contrary to human events, for the good of the church." John XXIII had great hopes for the council and for its capacity to address the problems faced by the church in its efforts to speak to the modern world. And although much has changed in the meantime, his vision and that of the council and its documents still provide us with a compass to navigate our way through our contemporary context. In many respects, we're still in the process of receiving the council. You could say that we're in a third wave of that reception. Some might say a second wave, possibly a third wave. The first wave was marked by a flourish of enthusiasm, which saw the production of new liturgical texts, a vernacular liturgy, new freedom and updating in the expressions of religious life, greater participation by lay people in the life of the church. That lasted through until the late 70s. Then the pontificates of Pope John Paul II and Benedict XVI marked a more sober stage of reception. There was an effort to consolidate the reforms, to centralize authority, and to present church teaching in a very clear and defined fashion. During this second phase of reception, much of the earlier enthusiasm seemed to evaporate. Now, with the pontificate of Pope Francis, we're in what I would think is a third phase of that reception. He has retrieved the image of the Church as the people of God, which was such a prominent image in that first phase. The synodal process introduced by Pope Francis is an effort to renew and reactivate the reception of the Council on a global scale. He speaks of a synodal church. The very word synod has, I think, maybe a double significance. Firstly, it reminds us that the Church is the pilgrim people of God, making its way through history. It acknowledges the interplay of history and grace, and that we have to take both seriously. The Church is far from complete, never immune to making mistakes, but constantly in need of reform and renewal, as the Instrumentum Laboris released on Tuesday reminds us. As a community and as individuals, our progress is uneven on this pilgrim path, and this demands patience and understanding when we make assessments of the progress that we are making. On the journey, although we have a common purpose and destiny, we approach these with our own particular strengths and weaknesses. Sometimes our vision is clear, at other times it's occluded. We depend on others to provide leadership and signposts, to rekindle our memories and enliven our hopes, to sustain us with their companionship and wisdom. It's only in our shared efforts that we can hope to make progress. And the second significance of the notion of synod is that of assembly. It's a coming together of God's people to listen to God's word, to share their concerns, and to be affirmed in their commitment to respond to that word to the best of their abilities. In a sense, our Sunday Eucharist can be seen as a liturgical manifestation of that synodal church. Another feature of Pope Francis' ecclesiology is his emphasis on the action of the Holy Spirit. When I first read his letter, Evangelii Gaudium, I was struck by its rich pneumatology. He mentioned the Holy Spirit 47 times in that document. And I was struck as well by the contrast with his predecessor, Pope Benedict, who in his 3 encyclicals, very rich encyclical letters, he mentioned the Holy Spirit 5 times. His emphasis was more theological and Christological. Indeed, the ecclesiology of Pope John Paul II was heavily Christological. A difficulty, or a shortcoming maybe, of that approach is that it leads to a very deductive approach in expressing the message of the gospel to our contemporaries. Christology has to be balanced by pneumatology. Christ is now present to us through the action of the Holy Spirit. The Spirit allows for a greater role to be played by human creativity and imagination, which are essential for the Church in navigating its way through history. It also, and very importantly, allows the gifts of the Spirit poured out on each of us at baptism to find their rightful place in the life of the Church. And being a good Jesuit, Pope Francis has also alerted us to a Spirit-given gift that we have as individuals and as a church, namely the gift of discernment. All of us have to take greater responsibility in trying to figure out what God is asking us at this time in our history, in the context of all that is going on around us. This is an integral dimension of the synodal process that he has initiated for the whole church. Today, then, we will have an opportunity to explore some of these aspects of what it is to be a synodal church. In particular, we're privileged to have speakers who have either been intimately involved in the synodal processes at a global level or have been carefully observing and analysing the various stages that have been unfolding to date. Our hope is that today's event will itself follow a synodal style. We will listen, we will ask questions, and have opportunities to talk to one another about what we have been hearing and to express our hopes for the future. We are in an exciting phase of the reception and implementation of the Second Vatican Council. Here in Ireland, as we participate in the Universal Synod, we're also preparing for a national synodal process or pathway. And again, our hope is that our reflections today will be an enrichment for both of those processes. So our facilitator for the day is Michael Kelly, whom many of you know. Michael is the editor of the Irish Catholic. And Michael will introduce our speakers, moderate the question and answer sessions, and generally ensure that we keep within our allotted times. So I hand you over then to Michael Kelly.
Thank you very much, Dr. Duffy, for setting the scene of the day for us. And I really want to reiterate that sense that when the organizers were planning this, they really wanted it to be a day of dialogue. So we've left lots of time in the program for questions and answers so that we can have some of that honest listening together. Just a little bit of housekeeping maybe before we get going. If you do have a mobile telephone with you, you might just put it on to silent mode. You might just check that now maybe for a second. You'll have seen on the way in that just out to the right down the corridor there's bathrooms there as well, and it's a very hot day by Irish standards, so anyone who feels at any stage they need a comfort break, please feel free just to get up and go out and have a little walk. You won't be causing any great disturbance. Today's been live streamed on iCatholic and YouTube, so we want to try to widen the participation as well. So speaking to anyone who's watching this at home now, if you want to join in this conversation on today or ask a question, you can go on to a website, slido.com. And there, if you use the term AH Synod, so AH for All Hallows, and then Synod, you can ask a question, and I'll have the questions here on my laptop and be able to put those to the participants. And just again, to reiterate what Dr. Duffy is saying, I would really encourage you today to, if there's something you want to ask, to have that parisia, that apostolic courage, the boldness of speech that Pope Francis speaks about. I really hope that it can be a day when we have a really great dialogue and we can move forward in a synodal fashion together. Now, enough from me. I want to introduce now, and I'm delighted to introduce Professor Myriam Wijlens. Professor Wijlens is Professor of Canon Law in Erfurt in Germany. She's a member of the Dicastery at the Vatican for Promoting Christian Unity, an advisor to the Anglican Roman Catholic International Commission, and a co-moderator of the Peter and Paul seminars. She will address us now on the topic, Journeying Towards the Synod of Bishops in October 2023, Preparations and Perspectives. Professor Wijlens, you're very welcome.
Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you for Eugene Duffy for the organization of this conference and for your warm words of welcome. It's indeed wonderful to be at this conference in which we shall reflect about being a synodal church. That is, we shall reflect about the journeying of the church in our time. Really, aren't we extremely privileged to live in a most fascinating and interesting time in the history of the church? We are not just witnesses of a church that is changing as previous members of the people of God basically witnessed from a distance the Second Vatican Council. No, we all, as we are sitting here and with so many people out there, are active participants in a process of change. At the same time, we are invited to take a bit of a distance and reflect about what is happening in that process and what are the right and next steps to be taken. We are invited to listen to the Spirit, and we are invited on a meta level to reflect in the Spirit as to what we observe. Time and again, we must ask, how can it best contribute to the edification of the church in the sense of its core mission? So here we are as participants and analysts. One could say, Whereas the Holy Spirit is the protagonist guiding us in the journey, we are, as participants, in the driving seat, and with the help of drones, we take a little distance to observe and analyze where the journey is taking the travelers, what path is followed, with whom is the journey undertaken, which other people are invited to join in, and which ones are overlooked. We can observe what challenges are being met, how some build bridges to help connect different ideas and worlds of people. We can see which crossroads are encountered, how and why a turn to the left or to the right or straight forward is taken. We might observe that the people of God are delighted to know that instead of crossroads with traffic lights, which risk bringing the community to a full stop, there are roundabouts. Once on the roundabout, we can see how the people of God are going around a few times. You know this. If you don't know which exit to take, you think, okay, I'll take another round. It might well be that those in the car have not agreed yet as to what might be the right path forward. Heated debates, some threatening to leave the journey, but then we may observe the deep desire to preserve unity and thus a willingness to continue the journey together. Hence, another round on the roundabout is taken, because listening to each other and discerning together in the Spirit requires time. They might discover that there is not just one right road to exit this roundabout. As the saying goes, many roads lead to Rome. So considering the different points of departure, time-wise and local-wise, the different options on how to travel, by foot, by horse, by car, by train, by plane, the different resources available, some will continue along one path, the others along another. But they will all go with the same intention, goal, and guided by the same Holy Spirit. All are looking to live as good Christians and search the will of God in their time, place, and circumstances. Hence, there is a deep unity which unfolds in diversity to achieve what the Spirit is calling us to. All are pondering together the question, what is the Spirit saying to us, the church, not just to where to go and what to do, but above all, how to do it together. No one is to be left out. By the way, this is not just traveling for the sake of traveling. This is an eschatological journey. It's a journey in communion with God and with each other towards the fullness of life in the triune God. You will find that in the Instrumentum Laboris. The journey is the destination. The process has two phases. Currently, we are at a phase of listening and a phase of discerning. Currently, we are at a decisive moment in that synodal journey. After the listening phase, in which all were invited to participate, we are now moving to the discernment phase, in which in particular, the bishops are asked to exercise their ministry of service. Some other members of the faithful will journey with them in this phase. From the beginning, the Bishop of Rome has participated in the listening. The Bishop of Rome, I say this very carefully and consciously, the Bishop of Rome has participated in the listening and will do now the same in the discernment phase. Finally, in his function as Pope, he will exercise his ministry of unity and identify where and how the journey is to continue. But we are not there yet. So let us take the opportunity to reflect briefly about the journey so far and then focus on the upcoming meeting of bishops within the Synod in October 2023. Of course, the 2023 Instrumentum Laboris, which was just published this week, will be part of my reflections. The latter cannot be understood and appreciated without taking a step back, move to a higher level, and recall and reflect briefly on the journey so far. Indeed, this Instrumentum Laboris, we call it a working document, states very clearly that it's built builds on this previous phase. So what has happened so far? Pope Francis opened the Synod in October 2021, and a week later, the diocesan bishops opened the Synod in their respective dioceses. People around the world were invited, and they responded. In parishes and groups, in movements and associations, in religious institutes, they met to listen. People were asked, what do you believe with regard to the Church and the steps that the Holy Spirit is inviting us to take? From the reactions from around the world, we know that this in particular touched the people deeply. All over the world, one could hear, you are asking me? My faith matters? It matters to you? My struggle and my search for answers matter to others? And then the answer was, yes, you and your faith matter. And that was something new, and is something new, for the Catholic community around the world. So they're not just receivers anymore, but the relationship that God has with every single person is to be listened to and to be heard and discerned together by all. So the people of God rediscovered baptism as a foundation. They became aware of the beauty and richness of different charisms as gifts for the edification of the Church and its mission. They expressed their concerns and challenges, as well as their hopes and longings. Sure, some are skeptical, but the journey has begun, and slowly more and more people are getting interested. The uniqueness of this journey is that everybody can join at any time. It's not true that the train has departed and I missed it. You can join, and all your friends can join at any time, and it is an ongoing journey. The stage in which we are moving does not imply that at the local level we now watch and see what is going on at another level. No, we are invited to continue and deepen the process of listening and seeing what already can, and in any case must be done locally. So a number of bishops' conferences have put their national reports and their continental reports now on their agenda to say, what are the people actually saying in our country? And what are we to listen to? And what do we already have to do and can do, for which we don't need to wait of outcomes in Rome? But let me return to the discernment that occurred in the local churches last summer. Findings of the first listening were submitted to the Episcopal conferences. And I am part of the steering group of the Worldwide Synod in Rome, so I have indeed the privilege of seeing all these reports and reading all these reports. So I will speak a little bit about that experience as well. So last fall, a group of approximately 28 people from all over the world, this was new too, from all over the world, gathered in Frascati, a town outside of Rome, to listen what the Spirit had already evoked by analyzing the reports of 112 out of 114 Episcopal conferences. So that means 98% or something, they all responded. And 15 out of 23 Eastern churches responded. Submissions by the Digital Synod, which was organized, were submitted. We had the conferences of major superiors of religious, of men and women responded. Dicasteries of the Roman Curia. And there were over 1,000 submissions from smaller or larger groups to the Secretariat of the Synod in Rome directly. The document for the continental stage writes that those who were in Frascati expressed enthusiastically in one line what they felt had come to the fore. And that one line was, the Synod is on. They present three reasons for this enthusiasm. First, an overwhelming participation, as I just said, an overwhelming response from around the world. Second, the content of the submissions, which showed that the people were not only grateful for discovering what it means to be a synodal church, but also that they want to continue and above all, deepen it. And thirdly, considering that people do live in very different circumstances around the world, there is a surprising and remarkable convergence on the topics that need to be addressed. The Frascati group sees the convergence as a sign of the working of the Holy Spirit. It does not mean that the reports did not express tensions, they did, but the tensions are with regard to the same topics around the world. You can imagine when we were traveling there, We all thought, oh my God, what is going to happen if one part of the world goes in this direction and another goes in another direction? How shall we hold the whole thing together? And then we were surprised to really see that the issues are the same all over the world. After the listening in the local churches, the second step in the listening phase occurred in several continental meetings. Now you will say, oh, wait a minute, in school I learned there are 5 continents, how come they have 7? This was not a multiplication by the Lord of continents, I can tell you that. But North and South America had 2 separate meetings, and the Middle East had a separate meeting because of the Eastern churches, and they could not just be, it would not have been just for either Asia or the Middle East to put them together. And the purpose of that meeting in the continental meeting was what is called a restitutio. It was a giving back to the people what had been received, while asking the question, did we really hear what you said? It was also to provide for an opportunity to get to know the contribution of other parts of the world. Hence, it was an opportunity to learn about the gifts that the Holy Spirit had distributed to other local churches. So if you are from Dublin, you were invited through the Prague meeting, but you were invited basically in a continent to learn what did they say in Madrid, and what did they, or in Spain, and what did they say in Hungary, and what have the people responded in Belgium. And then if you bring these continental documents in dialogue with each other later, you can see what did they say in Asia, and what did they say, and what is specific about Asia, and what is specific about Europe, and what is specific about Oceania. So it's an opportunity to learn about the deep meaning of Catholicity. Catholicity really means to bring the gifts for the edification of the church. The local churches, as well as the different people with their charisms, bring their gifts for the good of the whole church. This working document unfolds this notion of Catholicity rather strongly when it affirms that the continental meetings brought to the fore. The continental meetings had to respond to 3 questions. What intuitions resonates most strongly with your experience and realities in your continent? What is new, what is illuminating? Second, what tensions or divergences emerge from your continental perspective? And 3, considering the first 2, which should be the subjects for the meeting in October 2023? The meetings in the continents show some remarkable aspects. First, last fall, the Episcopal conferences were consulted around the world, and they were asked, would you want to meet in these conferences as bishops alone, or with the presence of other members of the faithful? The bishops' conferences were surprised that they were asked. That was something new, because in the past, Rome would just tell them what to do. And it was so new that some didn't even respond to the question. But from those who responded, the overwhelming majority said, we wish to meet with people, other members of the people of God. Now, you will hear time and again, I will never say the bishop and the people of God. I will always say the bishop and the other people of God, because the bishop is part of the people of God. And we should not just use the word the bishop and the laity, because then we forget the priests and the deacons and the religious. So it's the bishop and the other people of God. The overwhelming response was so therefore that they met with the other members of the faithful, and therefore these continental meetings are now qualified as ecclesial meetings. It's a meeting of the church. Men and women ordained, religious and lay participated. It's a new chapter in the history of the church. Second, in a spirit of decentralization and respect for different cultures and circumstances, Rome consciously left it to the continents to decide about the composition, the modality, the organization, and the method used. All it asked was to ensure that there would be a good representation of men, women, and people living in situations of marginalization, as well as non-Catholics. Father Vimal Tiramani, who is here he's from Sri Lanka originally, had the privilege of participating in Asia, and I'm sure he will share something with us about his experience in Asia. I had the privilege to be part of the drafting team of the document in Prague, so the meeting in Europe. And we both noticed, as we were speaking, we have known each other for many, many years, we noticed that the different continents held rather different meetings. Indeed, Catholicity unfolds here. It's a diversity in unity. And so I'm really pleased to inform you that we are currently editing a book in which we describe the differences between all the continents so that we can capture this moment of what is really happening there. And we see there were different liturgies and even things like the way they met and had set up the chairs and the rooms. So you are in what we call a theater style meeting, but there were continents in which they met at round tables. And that caused a whole different dynamic in the group. 5 minutes left and 7 pages to go. We started a little later. It will help the Synod in Rome also on where we are going. The third aspect, despite the different formats of ecclesial meetings in the continent, there is a great convergence between the 7 reports. Similar to the reports of the national conferences, they really address the same subject. So I strongly urge you to read that document from Prague and to read the document of Ireland and maybe to read a few other documents. So we will go a bit quicker. The Instrumentum Laboris that came out just this week. The meeting is going to be in October. We will have a meeting of 370 persons, and approximately 80 of these people will be non-bishops. In real life, there will be probably a few more non-bishops in the room because there will be moderators of sessions and there will be theological advisors. So this will be larger. And from those 80 non-bishops, the idea is that 50% of them will be women. Innovative in the process will be the method and the organization. So in the past, people could speak, every participant could speak for 3 minutes. This has been changed. People will have to work more in small groups. And to help them also to enter into a method that was introduced by the Synod, it's called a method of spiritual conversation, by which people have a deep listening to each other. And that is one of the fruits of the continental meeting, because it was valued by every continent that this was a new method and a method that would produce fruits. So both roundtables will be used in Rome, in the Vatican, for the first time too, and we will have a different meeting. In Rome, the Synod will work in 5 languages: English, French, Italian, Portuguese, and Spanish. But the meeting in October is not a meeting of decision-making, it's a meeting of discerning and identifying in particular what are the next things that we need to investigate, that we listen to theologically, canonically. The word canon law comes a lot in the Instrumentum Laboris. What kind of things are needed? The document is grouped around the 3 themes: communion, mission, and participation. And after an introduction into where we were and a theological reflection about this, which is not too long, that is new too, there are 15 working sheets. So each topic, communion, mission, participation, has 5 sub-themes. And in these 5 sub-themes, the people will go, they can themselves decide in which group they want to go. But the idea is that these 5 themes are basically focusing on one aspect, but the entrance point is a different one. But at the end, they all will have to come together. I will give you an example that came up very strongly, and I think the European document had this particularly, but you also see it in other ones, but the European document formulated the need to see love and truth as meeting each other. So in setting the context, this subsection recalls the widening of the tent, and in which we had used in the document on the continental stage. And then it speaks about the remarriage, divorce, the people in polygamous relationships, LGBTQ plus people. And the question is, how can we continue to make meaningful and concrete steps to offer justice to victims and survivors of abuse and other forms of abuse by persons within the church? How can we create space for those who feel hurt and unwelcomed by the church? And then, for example, it said, because of their status or sexuality. Under the heading of mission, co-responsibility. How can the church of our time better fulfill its mission through greater recognition and promotion of the baptismal dignity of women? This is one of the 5 themes for that cluster. And it then asks, what can the church do, or what steps can be taken to renew and reform its procedures, institutional arrangements and structures to enable greater recognition and participation of women in governance, decision-making processes, and in taking the decisions in a spirit of communion and with a view to vision. You can hear the question is how. It's not an either or. The questions are not to be answered with a yes or no. It's how can we improve, how we can get better, how can we assist. So it's an open questions, but we will hear the voices from people from around the world of what can be done and what is needed. In the third point, this is on participation. It's in particular on the discernment practices and decision-making processes. And the question is how can we, again, for example, the points for reflection raise questions on how to foster the participation of women, of young people, minorities, marginalized in discernment and decision-making processes. So again, the issue of women is coming up there too. I come to a conclusion. With this whole synodal process, the Church has already embarked on a new chapter in the reception of Vatican II, the style of working, the language used, the way difficult topics are addressed, raising questions rather than repeating doctrine, but above all, the invitation to the whole people of God to participate in listening, because there is the belief that each and every one has something to say and contribute, testifies to the change. The synodal journey is an ongoing journey. It's an ongoing process which by nature is incomplete. For some people, it's difficult to live with incompleteness. It causes a kind of restlessness, but it's an invitation. It requires not to be afraid of tensions and not to be tempted to resolve them at any cost, but rather to hold them while we discern, so that they do not bring about destructive polarizations. Are we to wait for the outcome of the synod? No. The whole church continues to be invited to join and keep engaging in the process locally, regionally, and then on a universal level. I encourage you to continue in your local church to practice and implement being a synodal church. Thank you for your attention.
We have some time now for questions and answers, and thank you very much for that very thoughtful and thought-provoking talk. I might exercise my privilege and ask the first question if I can. It strikes me that in this Instrumentum Laboris, the working document that came out this week, that it's something very different from documents that I've seen from Rome in the 20 years or so that I've been covering Catholic journalism, because it seems to me that it's not a document from Rome to the Universal Church, but the Universal Church to Rome. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would totally agree with that. So I also had the privilege of being involved in this, the responding of the responses of the Continental, and to do some preliminary work on that Instrumentum Laboris. And I think it is, like Cardinal Greg said this week in the press conference, this is not a document from Rome. This is a document from the local churches from around the world, having been in the local churches, then gone back through the continental stage, and then trying to summarize. And really, when we were in Rome, so the first one was with 28 people in Frascati, the second one we were with about 20 people from different continents again. What are we hearing? What are recurrent themes? And this is how we have also tried to work. So, and you can check if this is true. If you want to do the homework, you read all these documents, because it's all on the internet available. So there is transparency. That is something new too. And we see in countries like yours, in which you have been bruised and wounded so deeply, and for which you are asking, something has to change in the way we operate in our church. And I think that this is, and transparency is one of the issues. Accountability is another one, that comes very strongly to the fore. We need to hold each other accountable, which theologically is possible. If I may put in some advertisement, I have some colleagues here, Eugene Duffy and Tiramani. We just published a few weeks ago a book on accountability in a synodal church. And to look at what is the theological foundation, what are the canonical implications. So many of these subjects are coming back. And then also what you see is, because it's from the bottom up, you see the diversity. And yet there is unity, because even though some do have this style of seatings and others have round tables, some do have a wide participation, some continents, and others have a very small participation, if I may say so. The subjects are still the same. So there's also not to be too much anxiety about the diversity, saying, oh, are we going to lose it? No, we're not going to lose it, because we can see that it's different ways of popping up, but the underlying principle is the same, and the underlying themes are the same.
Brandon has a microphone here. If anyone would like to ask a question, just raise your hand. And
hello. Yeah, just to kick it off, thank you very much, Myriam, for the excellent presentation. I haven't the instrument in front of me. I can't recall, does it actually use the word accountability?
Yes.
It also talks about self-evaluation, I think.
Yes.
Self-evaluation of bishops. And can you say a little bit more about how you think that conversation might go?
No, I don't. Okay. And I wouldn't even want to attempt that. I think this is to be discerned. Yeah. Yes, so there is a sheet, a working sheet on the role of the bishop. And if I remember correctly, it's in the same section as the working sheet about the women. So one group will address the question from the perspective of the women, another one will say, but what is the role of the bishops? And how can the bishop understand his ministry? So, and then there is, the question came because people are saying this, but also responses from bishops and from priests saying, how can we be more accountable? And how can a bishop envision that? So I thought it was very interesting how that question was actually phrased. How can a bishop be evaluated? And not only, if we may say, and I think this country, I mean, I was involved in some of the abuse cases here in Ireland, and so I've followed that very closely, and the pain and the suffering in your country on that issue. But to see, and last week, I just came yesterday from Newcastle, where the bishop had to step down. I mean, and the people are completely confused. And they are now in that diocese in a process which you already had here. I mean, that was also interesting, by the way, in Prague. You could just see which countries had already that, let's put it this way, the abuse crisis is all over the world, but the different churches are at a different stage in that process. And you are quite ahead, if I may say so, regretfully, but you are quite ahead in all the pain and the suffering you had. But you also had, if I may say, you also had an independent investigation, and that helps. So this is then part, but you can see other countries who are really saying, we don't need that, and we will only do this in our diocese, and we don't want external people, and there are also governments who are saying, we don't want this. So it's more complex than that, but how can we hold each other accountable? And if you then would look into, I'm sorry, if I speak too long, then you tell me. But for example, the diocesan pastoral councils, how many bishops have them? And then if you have a meeting with your council and you come to a conclusion, and then as a bishop you do something totally different, you should be able to, maybe there are good reasons for it, but then you should be able to explain, otherwise you lose trust. So we actually have that in our study on accountability in the synodal church. There is a wonderful contribution by Eugene Duffy and Ed Molloy here from Ireland on how you build in a change in the culture that we need.
You mentioned love and truth. That just stood out for me. Was that to do with, the different groups from the different countries, the issues that came up for them? In what context were you speaking about that?
Yeah, the issue of love and truth comes with, in particular, of course, not of course, but in our church, there's a lot of conversation all the time about sexuality. And the question was, how can we, the remarried, divorced? So how can we, on the one hand, but this is my term, say marriage is indissoluble, and at the same time have a space for people who are remarried, divorced, and find themselves in a different situation. So how can we, and Pope Francis is asking and explaining and writing on that in Amoris Laetitia, how to hold that tension together. So you can have a doctrine on the one hand, but then you have to look to the reality of people in real life. And I think all the people here in the room who are parents, they know you can have your principles, but then your child comes home and something else has happened, and then you have your principles, but you also have the love for your child. So then I think there's a bishop in Belgium who said, for me as a bishop, I sometimes wonder what can I learn from parents when they have to make decisions about choices that their children have made and that are not in line with what they believe is right. Are they inviting these children for Christmas at the dining table or not? And if they do, how do they arrive at that decision? And then you see the complexity of life, because it's then not only the doctrine, but it's the real person and it's family bonds which are important. And the last thing you want to do is to cut off your relationship with your child. So it's holding that tension. And I think, if I may say this, for being on the drafting team in Europe, what I think was the success of the European document, and Europe is, when it comes to faith, not different from what is happening on the political scene in Europe. So we were able, I think, to keep everybody, or that everybody could say this is our document, because we were able to put it into fruitful tensions on the one hand, on the other hand. So a country like Ireland, if I go back, a country like Ireland, Germany, France now, if we would have asked France 5 years ago, they would have had a different opinion, are looking and saying abuse is a systemic problem in the church. But other countries in Eastern Europe are saying, no, this is just a problem of one single priest. But we have to remember, some of our countries were at that same position 20 years ago in this part of the world. So in the document you then find, whereas some say, others say that, so you have both sides. The fact that they approve, that there are others believing that it is a systemic problem, is already one step further. So I think this is what the secret was behind, or is behind the European document, that we were able to hold the tensions. And I think this is also what we had in the document for the continental stages. So we work with tensions to be held. And I think that might help us to move forward while keeping everybody on board.
Probably time for another 1 or 2 questions, Brandon. Just up here at the front. It should be on, yeah.
Hello?
Thank you. I'm just wondering, was there 2 themes that I think are related to not only the X generation, but the millennials and the Z generation. And these 2 related sort of to the youth are basically any talk about rapprochement between science and religion. And a lot of this, I would say, in the sense of trying to basically court the young generation. But I did say also the X generation, because there are people born since the 60s and they've left as well, because of the conundrum between the science and religion debate. And then the other one for me would be interspirituality. There are a lot of people now who are picking and choosing multi-belonging, as they call it. They might be dipping into Buddhism. So we call that also interspirituality. So did either of those themes come up? Because what I heard from my parents, I'm outside the country, but what I heard about here going on in Ireland, they were basically all grey heads, and, you know, people who are actually outside the church, who are lapsed Catholics, they weren't there in the consultations in Ireland. So possibly those themes didn't come up. But I think for Europe and for North America, these themes are really, really pertinent and important. Thank you.
Well, first of all, we must remember that the Synod is not about all kinds of themes and all kinds of issues. The Synod is not about remarried divorce. We just had a Synod about marriage. We just had a Synod about the youth. But this is a Synod about synodality. It's about how, it's not a Synod about the women. It's a Synod about synodality and how women are involved in the church. So it's not about, the Synod is not going to address all these subjects which in it either were just addressed in the previous two Synods. What is, by the way, one of the questions in the Synod document is, how come the remarried divorce is such an issue around the world if we just had a Synod on this topic? So what is the effectiveness of having a Synod if it's not followed up or if it's not implemented? Yeah, there is a great concern, of course, how to get the youth involved. And they are trying to do this also with the digital Synod. But this is indeed one of the challenges that the church is meeting, and it's part of the teams. And you see this in different working sheets. How can we get the youth involved? And I think we have to ask the youth themselves. So the question is, because we cannot answer for them, they will have to do it themselves.
Maybe just time for one final question.
Sorry, thank you very much for your presentation. My question is really just around how do we keep widening the participation? Like, while there is a change that there is a small percentage of women allowed to vote in the process, it's a small portion to the overall male-dominated discussion rooms. So how do we keep widening that participation? How will the Synod progress? Because it is in Synod, it's not a Synod. So how do we ensure that we have greater participation, both in each country, but as well as in the decision-making processes, that all of these working documents are coming together, and also that the voices of dominant, like why Europe dominated the themes of theological thinking in the Catholic Church for a very long time, and it's only in recent times we have had great influence of other theologies from other experiences around the world. How do we ensure that that tent keeps widening to the extent that it can really, really widen is one of my concerns, because I see it being drawn back in rather than keeping it going out. So how do we ensure that will happen both at a very top level as a local level as well?
Yeah, thank you for your question. First of all, if you look, for example, at Vatican II, the bishops at Vatican II were basically European bishops. They were, the bishops from Africa were European bishops. Now we have bishops who are from the country where they were born. And so that whole missionary bishops dimension, I think, for a large extent has gone. So that is a different representation. And we saw this both in the meeting in Frascati. We were from all continents, and we had men and women, religious, different backgrounds over there. It has been decided that the 70 people that are to be proposed by the Continental, the names, are from the 7 continents. And this, I hope you can appreciate, is one way of securing that people from all continents will be there. But it also means, and this was immediately remarked by somebody, but Europe has 39 Episcopal conferences. That means not every conference will get somebody to go. So we have to step back. And then we have to see, is the person who is being chosen and does that person then just speak for him or for herself? Now I'm a theologian, and only because of my theological interest I studied canon law. because I want to see how exactly this question, if we have these ideas, how do you put that into structures to make sure that the idea behind it is implemented? So for me, I have a somewhat difficult question for which I don't have the answer yet. Bishops do not speak, and this is a big difference. It's not the, I don't know any name, but let's say John, who is the bishop of, I don't know, whatever, Paris. It's not John who is going to the synod, it's the Archbishop of Paris. And that person by office has to testify to the fate of his community. So that person is a witness to the fate of the community. And when the bishops get together, this is the whole notion of communio, which we celebrate every week in the Eucharist, or every day for those who do this every day. So the communion of the Church of Dublin with the rest of the world goes through the link of the bishop. And for that reason, the bishop should connect to his people in his diocese. Now, I was yesterday, as I said, in Newcastle, and there are dioceses in England. There are dioceses in Switzerland, you could hear this week in a press conference, who already have prepared sessions in September with their delegates to sit with them and to go through these working sheets and say, and this is how we discern, so that you go as an informed person. But suppose you would be chosen to go there. Would you be speaking for the whole of Ireland? And how do you do that? Or are you going to present your own ideas as a woman? So for me, one of the things that I'm also studying, I mean, here I am an academic, is this notion of representation. What does that actually mean? So this is not all in the room are the same, because the bishops have a particular responsibility. It's going to be tricky when the bishop who will be sent is an auxiliary bishop, because that is a bishop who has no faithful, nor the responsibility to implement any of the things, nor the possibility to implement any of the things, nor the full authority in an episcopal conference. So if an episcopal conference elects an auxiliary bishop, that does raise some ecclesiological questions. Now, there are deep ecclesiological issues behind all of this. And we have to see, we are going always step by step. So the Synod of Bishops came about because at Vatican II, for the first time, the bishops experienced the richness of listening to each other around the world. And they said we should have this exchange more often on topics that concern us all. And now we are in a step where we're saying we have to include. So we're moving into a different structure.
Myriam, thank you very much for setting the scene wonderfully for us. I think what I take away, and I think this is difficult for all of us, because I think all of us, we like things resolved, but really what I'm taking away is this idea of trying to hold those tensions and trying to keep asking the questions rather than have the rush to resolve everything. So thanks very much. It was very, very enjoyable. And if I could just ask Professor Cimperman and Dr. Simmonds to come to the stage now for the next talk. Okay, I'm going to try to keep things moving, because I'm conscious that we have a lot to get through today, and I know that people have lots of questions that they want to ask. It's my very great pleasure now to welcome the next two speakers who are going to share their time together, and I know we're very keen to have it as a form of dialogue as well, so please think about that during the presentation and have your questions ready if there's something that you'd like to ask. I'm delighted to welcome Professor Maria Cimperman and Dr. Gemma Simmonds. Professor Cimperman is a religious sister of the Sacred Heart of Jesus. She's the recently promoted Professor of Theological Ethics and Consecrated Life at the Catholic Theological Union. So congratulations on your recent elevation. It's a position she's going to take up when she finishes her sabbatical in September. In addition to still being at the Catholic Theological Union, Professor Cimperman will also be serving at the International Union of Superiors General in Rome as coordinator of their Synodality initiative. Dr. Simmonds is a sister of the Congregation of Jesus, director of the Religious Life Institute, and a senior lecturer in pastoral theology at the Margaret Beaufort Institute of Theology in Cambridge. She also teaches Christian spirituality at the Cambridge Theological Federation. They're going to address us now on the theme of Seeds and Weeds, Religious Respond to the Global Synod. You're very welcome.
I think so, yeah. So, dear friends, we're going to do this in dialogue, at least we hope we are, because that's how this all began. Just over a year ago, I received, I don't know about you, Maria, I received a phone call from Sister Pat Murray, an Irish Loretto, who's the General Secretary of the Union of International Superiors General. And it started, Gemma, we've got a favour to ask of you. Always a dangerous beginning to a conversation. And I said, you know, tell me more. You know there's a synod on. Well, yeah, actually, I'd heard there was a synod on. You are one of two women religious who's been invited to collate the synod response from the world's religious. So I said, oh, what kind of a size job is that going to be then? Well, all the religious congregations have been asked to have a kind of mini-synod among themselves, produce a 10-page report. So I said, okay, how many religious are there on the books? She said, well, 200 orders of men. Okay, multiply that by 10. How many orders of women? Oh, 2,000. And I said, all right, and how many languages is this going to be in? Oh, 6, but don't worry, they're all ones you know. And by what century does the Pope want his collated report? We were talking about this in March. Oh, he wants it by May. Well, when I heard that Maria was the other woman, I breathed more easily, I have to say.
I have to say the same. Received a notice saying, with the Synod, the religious are being asked to also offer their thoughts. And the Union of International Superiors General, almost 2,000 congregations of women leaders, and then the USG, the Union of Superiors General, 200-some of the men, decided, and again, these are new things, they would do this together. They would not have separate gatherings and separate questionnaires, but let's do it together. And so we wanted to know who are the men we would be working with. And one was Orlando Torres, a Jesuit, who's a scripture scholar and has worked a lot with formation globally in Rome. And the other one was Cristo de Paredes, who's a Claretian priest from Spain, but who I met in the Philippines at a conference. And so all of us come from congregations that were international, but being in local places, you work with everyone. And so we had the opportunity to come together, and it was on Zoom initially, from our different places. And you did have, Orlando was the practical one. And he's like, oh, Vey, how are we going to do this? And Cristo Rey was the one who called us forth. It will be an encounter. We have to create an experience that will be an encuentro. And so we ended up creating 6 questions that really flowed out of those to everyone got of what's been your experience of church and what is your sense of what the Spirit is inviting. And I love that because it wasn't what do you think we should do, but what do you sense the Spirit is inviting? And so we created 6 questions, and then also allowing people to be creative said, if there are images you would like to offer them.
And some of those pictures were stunning. I have to say, the first thing we said was, scrap the idea of a 10-page report. This has got SurveyMonkey written all over it. And we actually did most of it by questionnaire and survey. I would be grateful. Is there any possibility of having some slides up at this stage? Those are mine, which calls itself All Hallows Synod. Only, right. Great, there they are. Because one of the things we realized, no, I can see. One of the things we realized as the voices came in was that globally, so many of the religious are out there on the peripheries with the people who precisely the Synod is trying to draw in. And in that respect, are trying to make sense of the voices that they hear But also we got a very, very powerful sense of religious talking about where things need to change from kind of their response to and their engagement with the people of God, where things need to change if religious life itself is to survive and if the church is to survive. And we began by looking particularly at signs of hope that we called seeds, and also at where the major problems are, the major challenges, which we called weeds. There is also, I would want to say at the very beginning, that because of the mass of information that came to us, we had no time at all, to try to identify who was speaking. But in many ways, that was an advantage, I think. Every single congregation had a code number, and every once in a while, something would absolutely leap out at the page at us, either because it was such a powerful voice, or because sometimes it was such a puzzling thing that we thought, gosh, what's that? And we would end up looking up who it was that had said it. Sometimes it was very clear that it was a masculine voice or a feminine voice, or it was religious brothers as opposed to a priestly order, that it was from the global north or the global south. But what this methodology gave us was an ability to hear voices on an equal basis.
And we did not, as Gemma said, first look at congregation questions 1 to 6. We did by question. And so we really had a chance. And at that point, we met together in Rome. So it was during Holy Week, which was actually a beautiful space to do it, and a very prayerful way to do it. And we partnered on the questions. Everyone read every question, but differently, and with different responsibilities in it. And as Gemma said, some of the surprises, the whole sense of the role of women, or how there can be abuse of power. And some of it was coming from the men as much as the women. That was a piece of it, was just, when you're really looking at people of faith seeking to live what's calling us in the mission of God, people are not blind. They were seeing things. The other thing I will say, just on a broad scale, in August, spent a month in Singapore and Malaysia working with some groups and offering some retreats and input. It was really stunning to me that when I ended up speaking with a sister in Malaysia who happened to be on their national committee to write their document, the same issues were coming forth. So she said, in the villages, they were talking about women. In the villages, LGBTQ persons. In the villages, in places that she said, I had no idea what we would hear. But the resonance keeps coming forth. And I think we found that very much. And when we put together the document, which honestly, the first draft was 35-some pages. And we knew we couldn't do that, so it went down to 15 pages to just give a sense of representing the voices of religious around the globe. And we did. And in fact, the percentages were 75% were from women's congregations and 25 from men's. But that's the number. When you look at the number of congregations of orders of men to women, it's 4 to 1 usually. So, do you want to start with the
I would, and if I could
questions?
ask the person controlling the slides not to flick in between them, please, just to let me have the second slide, and I'll tell you when it needs to change. Thank you. So, I don't know if you can see this. This is just to, and could we have the telephone off, please? Thank you. Okay. So, the first thing we ask people to do, just tell us your story, tell us what's going on, and you can imagine, it was like switching on 100, 1,000 radios all at the same time. Blah, 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 all these voices. And yet, so often the voices were synchronous. They were telling us the same thing or very similar things, talking about being alongside the people of God. We asked them to disclose, if they could, seeds of synodality that they saw already existing, but also the weeds that were threatening the seeds. And that was a very that was a sobering read, a very, very sobering read indeed. And we asked them to look at God's dream of synodality for the church and for what the consequences would be if we brought that dream forward. And so we were doing really what we'd been asked to do by the wider church, and they were asking the religious to kind of give witness to this. If you can switch, please. Okay, thank you. So as I've said, what we got was the voices of religious on the peripheries. I think, you know, if you think of the fact that many of the religious in the world are delivering at front line the church's services to people suffering from HIV/AIDS, or there is a very, very strong movement among the women religious looking at the situation of the trafficking of women and children into the sex industry. Many of them have got a kind of frontline seat of these very, very crucial issues. I think one of the things that surprised me, and I really would want to put my hand up and admit to having been surprised, was when we heard these very, very powerful voices talking about the situation of women in the world generally, but particularly, let's say, women in the church, or asking questions about the extent to which LGBTQ plus people were welcome within the church. I tended to think, oh, well, that's got to be, you know, Europe or North America. And every once in a while would look up the code number and find it was a bunch of sisters in Uganda, you know, where they're calling for the death penalty for being gay. These were very, very powerful and very bold voices. The voices of the women religious of Asia and Africa talking about the systemic abuse of power, both power of conscience, power of authority, sexual power, economic power that is wielded over them so that they themselves are effectively being trafficked by a number of the bishops who are using them as cheap labor. Those were very, very powerful voices. And Maria, you want to quote something?
I just want to offer a quote to, it didn't land in our 35-page paper, but I did share in May, after we drafted, we gave the drafts to both the UISG members and also the men. The men gathered in person in May, so Custode and I were there in person with them. And I used this quote, because we were still in draft form, but I said, this is literally what we got from one of the responses. And it gives you a sense of the seriousness of how women were finding themselves. From this, quote, 50% of the consecrated women are courageous enough to speak out in times of injustice, evil practices, and corruption done to them. However, 50% of us are afraid to open ourselves and speak out the truth, thinking of the consequences ahead of us. The female voice is not heard and not given enough opportunity to speak out and express our opinions and views without being insulted or opposed or asked to shut our mouths. So the courage it took to write that. And I also have to say, when I read that to our brothers in men's congregations, you heard the same moan. So it is saying, how do we make those shifts? This part was putting it forth. This, you asked what the religious are seeing. This is what we're seeing, experiencing, hearing. But it wasn't mostly about ourselves. It was often about the people around us.
Absolutely. And again, I would say, just to give you an example of one of the things, as I'm sure you're aware, this is not a happy time to be a Christian in Modi's India. It's not a happy time to be a Catholic religious in Modi's India. And many of the women, particularly the women of the diocesan congregations, who therefore have less leverage, less heft than the women from international congregations, they are being told, whatever you're suffering, whatever the bishop is doing to you, whatever you are experiencing in the church, don't make waves, don't make ripples, because it'll only make it worse for the rest of us. You keep quiet so that we keep safe. That's a very, very toxic situation to find yourself in. And it's the typical dynamic of a situation of abuse. We've seen it happen in families. You know, don't say anything because your mother will only get beaten harder. so you keep quiet so as to keep her safe. And that same abusive dynamic is being used among and to the women religious of Africa, the women religious of Asia, in order to keep the situation, in order to keep the institution safe and functional. And it won't do. If I could have the next slide, please. So, the Christian community, in the original Instrumentum Laboris for the Synod, we were told to look at how the Christian community could be seen as a credible subject and reliable partner in paths of social dialogue. And you can have a quick look, if you would, for yourselves as to the kinds of issues that were coming up among the religious, both as seeds in terms of the good things that are happening, but also the weeds. And one of the things that came out very loudly and very strongly was the need for the laity, including the religious, the people of God, to be part of the way in which priests are formed, so that priests are not formed to think of themselves as a separate priestly caste, in some way distinct from the rest of the people of God. This was not said as a sort of all-encompassing moan about the clergy. That it was not Bash a Priest Week, but it was a very, very serious suggestion from the religious about how the way and the culture in which you form priests determines the extent to which a toxic clericalism is allowed to flourish as part of a system rather than part of individual people having a kind of distorted idea of what it means to be a priest. And there was a great deal said about the need for us to find different forms, different structures of leadership. There was a very, very strong self-critique among the religious, looking at systems of oppression within religious life itself. But it also, because we are people who live under a vow of obedience, there was a great deal of engagement with that whole knowledge, that whole topic of what does obedience actually mean within the church? Does it mean tugging your forelock and saying, yes, Father, no, Father, 3 bags full, Father, whether to the local priest, to the bishop, to the Pope himself? And I would want to add something in there, because this is more general about the Synod. One of the things that came up very strongly is we must be the solution that we seek. We cannot sit around waiting for Daddy to fix it. Daddy can't fix it, and Daddy's not going to try to fix it. Whether Daddy is the Pope, whether Daddy is God, whoever Daddy is, we've got to be our own Daddy in that respect. We have got to actually bring forth from within ourselves the solutions that we seek, as also we need to critique ourselves before we can sit around having a very jolly time critiquing the institution without realizing that we are part of the institution. And very often, as in most situations of abuse, there are situations of codependency in which many of our own attitudes are actually supporting abusive issues of power. If we could have a quick change, okay. I think I've covered most of the seeds of synodality, both the seeds and the weeds, particularly when there are cultures, internal cultures, either within congregations or within the church, that actually stifle originality, stifle freedom, and stifle the voice of the people on the ground.
We're going to shift then to the other slides, if we may. Gemma was taking on the first 3 questions, and that's where we literally received from people, here's the reality we see. But we didn't want to stop with that. We wanted to ask, and the religious wanted to have those conversations about, what do you sense is God's dream for the world? What do you think is possible in the midst of it? And just so you know, even in terms of participation, as they're putting this together, in terms of participation, the leaders received these questions and the request to answer them. And they could choose. The leader herself, himself could answer all the questions. The leader with the team could answer. You could ask your provincials to respond to them, or you could invite all your members to respond. And it was very interesting to see which groups had everyone respond and which groups, no one had just the General Superior answering or just the president of the congregation, whatever the word is for this in your community. But it was seeking out other voices. And so it was looking then at inviting people. And remember, this is the early stage. This was the listening stage. And I must say, I was quite heartened when I read the Instrumentum Laboris this week, because there were a lot of those fragments in there that I felt like you listened, but not just to us, you listened to the whole wide people of God. And one very simple one was, and I don't remember it in all the continental or country documents, but one of the very simple ones was about language. We have to change our use of language. How are we including all the people that are part of something? So how do we do that? How are we translating things in good time so it's not just the 5 dominant languages that get to read something? So it was just very simple, basic pieces in there.
Do you remember?
So if you have the first
Maria,
slide.
do you remember those sisters who sent you a piece, sent you 2 paper documents?
Yes, and I will get
Great,
to that.
lovely.
Thank you. I
just
couldn't
wanted to
find the
remind you of
picture
that.
in there. Because one of the things we found, which is what I think we found everywhere in the church, there was an initial hesitation and at times even a cynicism, right? You've asked us before, right? The people of God saying, you've asked us before. I was offering some days of input in California, and the oblates of this congregation, their lay members, ended up saying, they had 200 of them. They said, we've never heard about a synod. We haven't heard anything about this. And will anyone really listen to us, or is this just one more place? And I think the synod was keen on, we're not just listening, but it's a mutual receptive and responsive listening that then will ask for some result to go with it. And I think that's one of the calls. What Gemma's referring to is that I had at one point when in the United States, there was not much energy. I was not hearing much. It was October, November, December, and Raphael Luciani, who's been doing so much with the Synod and the theology, the ecclesiology with it, and I ended up emailing one another, and I said, Raphael, because he was in Rome for the opening of the Synod, what are you hearing in the United States? And his line was, the silence is deafening. And so what is it that we do? And this is, again, the local taking some opportunities. What did we do? I said, Raphael, I am still the director of the Center for the Study of Consecrated Life. I have a platform. Would you be willing, we had no money for this. I said, would you be willing to have a conversation with me on synodality? And he said, I'll do anything. And so on January 12th, we put it out. It was all online. And we said, well, maybe, we each have 6 friends. We'll have 12 people come. 1,200 people registered. And they were not only religious. These were people who worked in parishes, dioceses. These are our colleagues, theologians. So these were foundations that were all trying to say, what is it? How do we get around it, into it? 2 months later, Natalie Baker was in Chicago, and I said, we could do this in person now, COVID. We could do this in person. Would you be willing to do an online conversation with me and in person? So could we do this bimodally? And she said yes. And again, we had 800 people. We had a letter, though, that came in the mail, and I got it just as I was heading to Rome for our meetings. And it was a group of religious that were on the border of the United States and Mexico. They represented 4 different congregations. It was a typed letter with a postage stamp, which I don't get a whole lot of anymore. But it was a letter saying, these are our responses. Can you please tell us, can you please get back to us and let us know that really this matters? So I took it with me to Rome. And at one point when we were reading all the documents that came from around the world, I opened up the envelope and I read it to our group. And then we did a selfie. And I emailed the sisters. And they wrote back 4 days later saying, we're shocked. We're shocked. Right? So I think this is just a piece of it. I think it's a piece of people not at one point participating. But I love Myriam's point. It's always open. It's always open. There's no closed door here. Come in wherever you can. But the three questions I'm going to just briefly highlight were about, and again, it's a reminder from Pope Francis about the active participation of everyone has to come into this. Must be part of what we're doing, of all people. Thank you. The next one is question 4. So looking at what God's dream of synodality would be, what could we imagine the dream would be, was actually quite beautiful. And we looked first and saw so many of the biblical references. So there's so much that could really be raised up and delved into further. So it was really looking at, the inclusiveness, the request of Jesus that all be one, freedom, seeking, using Exodus as an example, looking at the whole sense of we're called to be one body. And really now I'm ever more caught by the inclusivity and the sense of unity, but always with diversity in the midst of it. And so what came forth also in God's dream, the religious were saying, and this came from men and women, was something new. We could feel the Spirit at work in this time. Something is happening, and our job is to collaborate, cooperate, to engage, to be part of it. Throughout, we kept hearing the Spirit, the Spirit. So it was so clear the Spirit is the protagonist of this movement in there. And a lot of the religious reached out, not just to the religious, but to their people. We had a response from a sister, I think it was in northern Uganda, from a refugee center. And she gathered the people that wanted to. No one says, are you Christian, are you anything? But to hear from them and to contribute that as well. So a whole piece of this was looking at this with a deep sense that this is the moment and we have to move, right? And throughout it, we saw no exclusion. And in fact, it kept saying, everyone, without distinction, must be heard. And how do we go about it? And so what was interesting here, too, and I saw it very much in the Oceania document, probably highlighted more, were different parts of the world that the religious wrote in had different ways of highlighting areas. And so integral ecology ended up being, in some, far more, and then others, I think it was even one of the Asia documents saying, really it's an issue, but we're not mentioning it as much at this moment. And so it was looking at that piece of it. The whole part in there was about transparency, new ways of being together. You can move it to the next one. What are the implications? This I found very exciting because it was looking at, yes, in a number of ways, religious can say we collaborate. And I could probably speak a little more for women in North America, and I'll speak for that there's been, since Vatican II, a lot of collaboration. But there's a shift in attitude that's being asked. There's a moment where we say, why do we have more people in our institutions? And it could be because we don't have enough sisters. Or why do we have, others working in our parishes? We don't have enough priests. The attitude was what we saw shifting. It wasn't because we don't have enough. It was because the Spirit is calling forth the gifts of all the baptized. And we started with that. And it was actually Orlando who gave us the opening words. And he said, the Spirit is calling all the baptized. This is who this is for. And engaging that was so key in there, if you could go back to that. Another piece with the collaboration was a real sense of we're going to need to find new ways. We need training. We need formation. In the Instrumentum Laboris and everywhere it says we need new ways. We need to be taught how to have the difficult conversations. How do we stand? Religious were admitting, right, that community is one of our areas of grace and also of challenge. We need to find ways to work through our wounds as well. We need to find ways to attend to our relationships. And it was actually that opportunity and COVID that caused people to use Zoom more and found ways to be in conversation that started moving some of this and saying, we need a new way. And so it was really touching into both, there's some sacred conversations with one another that we need, but we also need to form ourselves for it. And as a hopeful sign, this past week I was in Rome teaching for a week with the UISG Formator program, and Gemma's worked with them as well. 45 women, right? 13 from Africa, 25 or 23 from Asia, 5 from Europe, 2 from Oceania. We did a whole week on synodality and formation and consecrated life. So there's a huge effort right now that there'll be nothing done in religious life without bringing the synodal element to it, right? And we're talking about this for seminary training as well. I teach at a Catholic school of theology and ministry. So as theologians, we're trying to say, how do we do this as well? How do we go at it? A hopeful note, in August, end of August, I'm going to be in Fiji, and it's a gathering, I think of about 250, 300 bishops, religious, lay people, seminarians. They're bringing over 100 seminarians from that whole region, so Australia, New Zealand, all the islands, to be at this conference on synodality. I think that's a sign of hope, that it's saying, how can we do this without inviting people and bringing them to this? And this was their effort. I'm just going to say a few things. And one of the elements here was openness to ways of collaboration not yet imagined. That there are ways calling us to work together, and not just as religious, but with the whole people of God. There was a real sense of we need to find more ways, and we need to teach one another and learn from one another how to go about this. It was notwithstanding that there have been hurts in the church, but one person's line was, we must go beyond our disappointments. We must go beyond them. We acknowledge them, but must go. And then the last one, if you would, the last slide, is again, what are the consequences for the church? People said, we want to have some real proposals for action. And so you really looked at, I think I mentioned communication, but as Gemma said too, realizing that some congregations have a more circular participative model. But even those of us who do, there's room for growth. So I think this is a moment where religious and the whole people of God, which we are part of the whole people of God. Laity is a hard word for women religious because we are the laity. We're not clergy, and brothers are as well. So the whole people of God need to find our ways. And I think what we are seeing, and again, it's wherever the people are, how do we do this together? And so looking at this, what's the style and spirit in which we are engaging one another? And so it's a conversion process that religious in general are going to have to engage.
Too right. And I think what I came out of this with, I came out exhausted, quite honestly, because my goodness, but massively exhilarated. I mean, we really did. And I mean, it was no good us going to bed, certainly no good me going to bed. My head was absolutely buzzing all night with all of this, But this sense of having been invited into a worldwide conversation, a global conversation, in which particularly I think that for me, one of the words that stood out was solidarity. What we do here in Ireland, here in Europe, wherever we are, simply by virtue of listening to people, makes a massive difference to them. I know very well from my work in different continents with religious, the very, very precarious position that many women religious find themselves in across the world. And the fact that they have sisters and brothers listening to them, taking them seriously, actually bearing witness to what they are living through where they live, that makes an immense difference to them. And we made sure that they knew they were being listened to and they were being heard. If that's the case among religious, how much more is it going to be the case among all the people of God? That actually and I know this sounds a bit of a soundbite, but hey, there you go. The process is the product.
That's what we keep hearing.
We keep hearing the whole synod, you know, and in a sense that the question, well, what's anyone going to do about it, is important, but I think it's less important than people perhaps think, because the process itself is formative and transformative. That came across so clearly in the work we did as religious, no?
Yes, and maybe just there's one more slide that goes with that piece, if I may, because I think it gives us a sense of it didn't end there, right? If we end with all these listening sessions and nothing more, then we will be in trouble and people will be disheartened. But this is just from one group. The UISG, you know, when we're talking about our conferences, our gatherings like this on Synodality, are we having gatherings and conversations? Are we having tea or coffee with one another and having this kind of engagement? One of the things was that the Union of International Spirit Center already last May, a year ago, had as their theme, please, please keep it for a second, embracing vulnerability on the synodal journey, which means they had that theme already a year and a half ago. Already in 2020, in the midst of COVID, they were looking at the theme of embracing vulnerability on the synodal journey. And I really appreciate, we don't like the word vulnerability, and yet COVID reminds us of our humanness. And Pope Francis, and Let Us Dream, says, well, how do we dream together to a different world? But it was a very powerful piece. And your Jesse Rogers, who's the dean at your Maynooth, was one of the keynotes on vulnerability and scripture, and then how it might move us to synodality. So there was a real openness to it. Gemma and I and two others ended up being listeners at this gathering to hear, because the communities wanted, the UISG said, we want to make a commitment, but we want to hear it from us. And so what we were listening to, and then we would buzz it by different groups and say, is this what you're saying? Was what actually is going to be the work I'm going to be just working with them on and building teams with, is at the end. And I also have to say, because religious are aware that we have also caused pain and suffering and abuse. Like, this is not a place where we put ourselves on any high pedestal. We put ourselves with and among the beloved and the sinners in this, and the people who seek to grow and live differently and must live differently. One part of the liturgy near the end was a vocal apology by the religious, all the members apologizing for any of the acts of abuse of any sort. So knowing that each place, each group has to attend to it their own way. But it was in some ways a collective sense. In addition, though, was this, and I'm just going to close with that, was this commitment they made on the right-hand corner. As members of UISG, we commit to live vulnerable synodality. Vulnerability meaning a capacity to be hurt, and also to be those who are not by choice hurt, vulnerable to being hurt. To live vulnerable synodality through service as a leader. So they are saying we need work, we need help. Animating it within the community. So they're going to be attending to this with the community together with the whole people of God. I was just really happy to have seen that, and it was unanimous. So what it means is we here together are being called to live this as the church on this road. And that's the gift of it. And so it's a piece of why I think what we'll begin with is inviting people to have conversation with one another. Like, what did you hear? If you would, we invite you for just 2-3 minutes. Could you lean to someone next to you? And what are you hearing? This is a bit of what we're offering, but we've talked. Could you just talk to one another? Maybe you'll meet someone new. but about 3 minutes. Is there anything you heard that draws you, that vexes you, that invites you?
We might just maybe come back now. We'll have lots of time during the coffee break, which you'll be pleased to know is coming up in not too distant, to re-engage with some of these things. So Brandon is there with the microphone at the back. So if you do want to just put up your hand maybe, and if you have a question or some kind of input you'd like to say. I certainly saw a lot of heads nodding during that, particularly from some of the sisters, if I'm not embarrassing anyone to say so.
The first one is a procedural question. I have some friends who are trying to lock on to this, and they're getting the General Synod of the Church of England when they try to get online. So they're asking me, is this recorded?
It's been streamed live on the YouTube channel of iCatholic. So if they search on YouTube for iCatholic, they should be able to. They should get it there.
Okay. Now, my own comments on this is fantastic. Listening to the two speakers, I feel really sad. To be honest, 50% of religious life speaking out, 50% of religious people who have committed their lives to follow the Lord. Insulted, oppressed, shut your mouths, no voice, afraid to speak out. That's very, very sad. Very sad that you've had to endure this kind of a life. On the other hand, you are set apart. You're set apart from us in your formation. There is a divide between us. Perhaps if that new method of formation that includes ordinary people like myself who go to church regularly, it may be more helpful. But the vow of obedience is a very, very tricky vow. And human nature being what it is, it can be very badly abused by different people. And sometimes in religious orders, it's horses for courses. If you get a good superior who understands the concept of obedience and the love of serve, it's brilliant. If you don't, you're in serious trouble, and there isn't a whole lot of way out because you've dedicated your life to this. So you have to suffer on in silence.
Thank you so much for that. One of the things that came out was seeing religious, as it says, I think it's in the Instrumentum Laboris, missionari dell'ascolto, missionaries of listening. And if we take the vow of obedience, whose Latin root is to listen intently, if we take the vow of obedience as a vow to listen intently to the Spirit speaking through one another, but also the Spirit speaking in the world, and that we have taken a vow to listen every single day through prayer, through our attentiveness to those we serve, I think it's when we stop listening in that way that we end up in abusive processes. So the big invitation was to listen. And I think, quite honestly, if the religious who are vowed to it for life don't take that seriously, then God help us.
I would agree as well that there have been times where that vow, like anything, can be abused. And I think the synodal process is also the invitation for the further reception of Vatican II for religious as well. And the aggiornamento e risorsamento is looking more deeply at, what does this vow mean? So it's obedience for no one is blind. No one here, none of us is called to blind obedience. And so it is looking around the world at how do we name this, and what are we being called to? Because we're all being called to listen deeply to the Word of God and to respond to God's mission calling. And so looking at it together, and your point about, I hope we could do more of this together, it was interesting. I was consulting with an international congregation, and they're here, but they're 80-some countries. And they're looking at a formation process that includes their partners and their new members. And saying, what pieces would we do together? Because we are looking at the charism, the spirit, and what would we do separately, because the vow of consecrated celibacies live differently, but we need each other actually to support one another in every one of the vows. So I think there's movement, and I think a piece for religious is going to be to let go of a false humility, like the humility that we do need about, well, we're one of the people, we really are, set apart in that everyone has their own commitment, but a whole nother piece of it has to be, how do we publicly witness what we're trying? And I'm saying that to a lot of groups. If you have ways of communal discernment, share it. Pope Francis said that already in the document on young people. Please share your ways. The Ignatian one is one that's being used a lot. It's not the only one. What's the Salesian, the Franciscan, the Redemptorist? What are these different ways? And all the movements in the church. There are many people who have deep spiritualities. How do we help one another in this? I think it's going to be doing this together and then publicly witnessing it. I'm in the United States quite a bit, and we have a lot of divides. And so to give stories, narratives of where groups have been able to work through that is a public witness in our obligation. A group just shared this week how there were real challenges between sisters from one part of the world and another, and one group had power over. And this was from 50 years ago. And the rituals they did during this Lent on reconciliation shifted. And it was the youngers, a good group of younger ones, who were like, thank you for this. I didn't experience it, but boy, am I learning how we reconcile, how we apologize, but also how we move together. So I think those are all pieces. Parishes are going to do that. One of your dioceses, because I spent the fall in Ireland and in the north for my sabbatical, and one of the stories I heard was one of the parishes, after having the listening sessions, and whoever was in charge said, thank you, we received, we have the report now. And they're like, no, we're not done. We're not done talking, and we're not done asking you to listen. What a gift you give us in that. What a gift. And it's going to be done on the local. There's a Sister Donna in New Jersey, Newark, New Jersey Archdiocese, and it's where Cardinal Tobin, a Redemptorist, is the cardinal. And the parishes did a lot of the listening sessions. And to what I think everyone's trying to say, they were told, if you have these ideas, run with them. Don't wait for 2024 and the October Synod and a report to come to you on that. This is part of the freedom of the people of God in saying, we have these ideas, run with it, go with it. So I just want to encourage you, there's so much life and energy here, and you bring so much, but we'll have to do it together.
We're eating slightly into the coffee break, but I think we'll give this a couple more minutes. So if you have a question, maybe just put your hand up and Brandon will come down to you.
We've stunned everybody into silence.
Or their coffee break is calling.
We've got one
we have one,
question
okay.
down there.
I worked in Peru for the last 50 years and worked closely with Gustavo Gutierrez. And one of the things our church owes him so much. He is magic. He can talk to anybody. And one of the things he always says, hope doesn't drop down in parachutes. We have to create hope. And what I got from your talk this morning was fantastic reason for hoping. You opened up a whole new way of looking at, like, let the Spirit move it. And that has been Gustavo's message all along. Open up, let the Spirit in, and thank you very much.
Oh, fantastic. What a great way to end.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
And maybe I could just use a quote that reminds me of what you say from our scriptures, from Romans 5:5. What's the source of our hope? Is the Spirit of God has been poured through our hearts, right? And it dwells all around us. The love of God has been poured into our hearts, dwelling among us. So we give each other that. So thank you, my brother.
Amen. What a wonderful way to finish. So if you go up to the back door, people there will direct you to where the coffee break is. And I would just ask if we could all be back here for 12 noon, ready to go for 12 noon, because we still have quite a lot to do, and I'd like to keep everyone on time. Thanks. You're all very welcome back. I was slightly worried when we had a coffee break that given the good weather outside, some people might have snuck around the corner to buy themselves a 99 or something. So you're all very good to have come back on time. So I'm buying. So I think you'll all agree we've had a very interesting and engaging morning so far. I'm really delighted to introduce our next speaker, Professor Massimo Faggioli. In fact, I have to say I'm especially delighted to see him because I know he had some airline trouble this morning, and I was slightly worried that we might have to organize a late-minute live link to Edinburgh Airport. But anyway, he's here now. So Professor Faggioli is Professor of Historic Theology at Villanova University in the United States. He's a columnist with La Croix and also with Commonweal. And if you're on Twitter, you'll know also that he is a prolific tweeter, and certainly someone I would encourage you to follow if you're interested in the synodal conversation that's taking place in different parts of the world. So I'm really delighted to invite Professor Faggioli now to address us on Synodality in the Liminal Papacy of Francis, a global Catholic perspective. Massimo, you're very welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here. I arrived. So even if for an Italian it's always embarrassing to be late because it reinforces a certain stereotype, but it wasn't my fault. So what I'm very happy to do with you today is to take a look at what we are understanding about the synodality in the long history of the Catholic Church and globally in this pontificate. And so why this pontificate has been so telling and so important for our understanding of many things of the Church and for synodality in an ecclesiological revival, I would say. And so I would start with this. So I'm an historian and theologian. I strongly believe in multidisciplinarity, interdisciplinarity. I also believe that there's something very specific for Catholicism, to understand Catholicism, which are two disciplines, history and geography. Back to the classics, if you want. So I think Pope Francis' pontificate has given us a series of very strong messages on the importance of the historical dimension of the Catholic Church, how he has rediscovered a certain message of the Second Vatican Council with a deep historical consciousness, and geography, of course. I don't have to tell you the meaning of having the first pope not from Europe, not from the Mediterranean. Okay, so these are the first two things. And so history is important to understand synodality, because what Pope Francis has done and is doing is to help us retrieve from the past a very ancient concept and institutions, synods, much older than the concept of synodality, which is much more recent, but in a retrieval that is careful in not being restoration. What do I mean by that? So there is a temptation to say, well, we always had synods in church history. Well, that's true, but of a different kind, okay? It's true that we always had in the synods of the ancient period lay people in position of influence and of power. That's true, but they happen to be king, queens, emperor, empresses. So it's a different kind of lay people. Okay, so we are now in a different phase. Second, we had synods in the age of the colonial empires. What is different, and here having a pope from the global south tell us something very important, even when he is not saying anything about this, is that synods and synodality today, they are quite different from the synods that were celebrated in Latin America in the 1600s, in 1700s, for example. Third period in the history of the synods of that period called the Catholic Enlightenment, the 1700s, okay? We had synods, sure, but were synods under the control of the state, often, of the empire again, and we know very clear what Pope Francis has said on the need for the church to be free from interference, to be poor, but not poor just financially poor, but poor means also disempowered from what used to be the church at the service of a colonial empire or of a state until quite recently in some countries. And finally, the synods of the 19th century, what one of my mentors, Jesuit historian John O'Malley, called the long 19th century. It's a long 19th century that begins with the French Revolution, basically, in 1789, and ends with World War II. I mean, 150 years. We had synods there, yes, but there were synods that were an institutional and largely clerical response against liberalism, against the secularization, against everything that was modern. We are now in a different age of synods and of synodality. So I'm not saying that that history has nothing to tell us. It has a lot to tell us, but we are in a different moment. And in this, Pope Francis has been very, very good at making a case for the possibility and the necessity of a new synodality in the global church of today. So here Francis has done something very delicate and very complex, which is, without telling us everything about this, because he's KG, because he is a Jesuit, okay? But, I mean, doing something very complicated, which is how to supplement something that was really not there entirely in the Second Vatican Council. It's not the first time a pope has done that. If we think, for example, what John Paul II did for the dialogue between the church and the Jews is a very similar thing. He went beyond Vatican II. Okay, so but here Pope Francis has done something more delicate. Why? Because usually, if you ask anyone who's familiar with the Second Vatican Council, and you ask this person, what was the idea of the Second Vatican Council on the church, you will most often get these answers like a new role for the lay people, collegiality, episcopal collegiality, bishop conferences, and so on. So here Vatican II gave us, or was understood as having accomplished an ecclesiological reform, or according to some, revolution. This was actually an unfinished business. In that, like on some other aspects of the Second Vatican Council. So here Francis, in a way that wanted to look innocent, he has said basically, at Vatican II we had episcopal collegiality, but for the church we live in today, we need to implement collegiality with synodality. And so collegiality is necessary for synodality. Okay, but without collegiality, you don't have synodality. Okay, so this is one of the things. Second, the new understanding of lay people. One of the things that was typical of the Vatican II understanding and image of the lay person was basically a middle-class white man from Europe or North America. A professional with a certain kind of social connections, respected in the church as a professional, as a husband or as a wife. So there's a certain image of what allowed a certain kind of lay Catholics to be seen in the church of the Second Vatican Council, at the Second Vatican Council. Again, if you look at Pope Francis, what kind of people of God, but also people he has in mind, it's not the middle class or wealthy academic white man from Europe and North America. It's not. This is incredibly important. There's something that we have deciphered, decoded in this pontificate. So here, what Francis is doing here are very interesting things. That's why when he was elected 10 years ago, I started waking up much earlier. And it has been like that in these last 10 years, okay? Because something important was happening. One of the things was, for Francis, without saying that, again, he was clear that this moment in the life of the church needed a new, a different kind of response to a certain idealization of the Second Vatican Council on the one side, a certain idealization of the new evangelization, for example. This is something very clear. Status quo, not sustainable. This is coming from someone who has gone through two very interesting conclaves, 2005, 2013. We can go into why we have this extraordinary pope after two extraordinary conclaves in sequence, where he played a significant role in both of them, even when he was not elected, which is very unusual in church history. This is a pontificate that has, in my thesis, in my book that was published 3 years ago, is really an interpretation by this Pope of this moment in the globalization of the Catholic Church. As Catholicism, Catholic means universal, and universal and global, they are slightly different or quite different concepts. So here Francis understood and understands that there is a need for a new inculturation, a new kind of dialogue with the global modernity, postmodernity, the disruption of modernity away from the usual pieties of a certain, again, idealization of, in the end, Vatican II will deliver. This pontificate is much more clear on what has not been delivered and what needs to be done for Vatican II to deliver. This is a pope who has really faced, and he's facing, the issues of our time in our disruptive international order and national order, on nationalism, on race, on abuse, on gender, and so on. He's a pope who has given us a lot to think about the relationship between the church and modernity, especially when it's about democracy. I'm reading in these last few days the Instrumentum Laboris for the Synod of October, and there's this thing that, so there's this mantra that the church is not a democracy, which is true. It's not a dictatorship either. So, and here Francis has put us in front of the contradictions of modern democracy. He is not being afraid of doing that, what it means to be nominally equal, when in practice we know that being endowed with the same rights by a constitution doesn't say much about what kind of real rights we have. And finally, he is a pope who has been very clear on breaking a taboo on what is the function of the rules and of the law in the church, where someone were supposed to issue laws and other people were supposed to follow laws, but they were not the same people. And so there is, in St. Peter's Square, there are two statues, one pointing to the far, and the other one pointing down. And so the joke here, we make laws here, but it's for them there to be respected. Right. This is something that has changed under Francis in disruptive way sometimes. And finally, Francis is one of those bishops who has seen the necessity of synodality because he has seen as a bishop the crisis of the bishops' synod that were an institution created by Paul the VI in 1965, and he has really decided to face head-on this semantic, linguistic contradiction. The Bishop Synod created by Paul VI in 1965 have very little to do with synodality. And so there is a process of linguistic clarifications, which is also the problem that the Synod in Rome have now, because we keep calling what's going on in the Catholic Church these days, after 2021 and for the next few years, with the same name that was chosen by Paul VI in 1965, but it's something else. And it's clear that it's something else. Okay, and at the same time, Pope Francis knows that there's no synodality that can work, and actually there's no church that can work without the bishops. There is no possible ways for this church to bypass completely the episcopacy, as a sacrament, but also as a moment for the decision-making process of the church, the decision-taking. This is something that we should, I think, be clear about. So here, my last two sections are this. So I think that what Pope Francis has presented us with are risks and opportunities, hopes for the synodal process that come from this opening up of this process, which is to a church that is truly global, as it wasn't at the Second Vatican Council, which is true, was the first and the largest assembly in the world of equals. One bishop from Italy, one bishop from South Dakota or from Sudan, the same vote, one vote. Okay, but all bishops, only bishops. And so now we are in a different moment. Okay, so here there are some risks that, and I really think that we should take them seriously. First, that the synodal element cannot really swallow completely and digest and discard the collegial dimension and the primatial dimension. All, some, one. This is something that is being forcefully recalculated, but this will not become a church without bishops, without bishop conferences, without one position of power. Second, we should really be clear that we might have to check, some idealistic and romantic visions of synodality. So here, this is a church that is going through this at the pastoral level, at the theological level. We will have to check this and implement this with a canonical level. And here Myriam can tell us much more about this. Okay, so this is something that will remain there. We have to think hard about making of synodality in the Catholic Church something that has a strong theological element and canonical that responds to our theology, rather than a purely sociological views of the church. Why is that? Well, in part because we sometimes fall into this temptation to say the society is free, is good, is dynamic, makes you what you want to be. And the church is the opposite. It's an inversion of the old ideology of the societas perfecta, the church as a perfect society. Okay, so we should, but also because in a global church, and Pope Francis has told us that, using sociological models as the only reference for the church means really putting at risk any possible unity of the church. Society in Ireland, in Italy, in China, in Indonesia, in the United States are very different things. So how do you put them together? And so these are some risks, okay, that were obviously there early, and we are entering a crucial phase in these next few months, and I think even after that. On the other hand, this is a moment full of opportunities and of hopes. Now, I have young children, and I am as anxious as one can be about the future, especially having, a young daughter and so on. So I think that we should take seriously the anxieties of our fellow Catholics, what is going to be the outcome of this synod, in terms of instability, of uncertainty. I think this, and I'm quoting Rowan Williams here, the wound of knowledge. Just one sentence. Whatever the social order, the church is still on pilgrimage, and the Christian society is a transitory and ambiguous phenomenon as any other social form. End quote. So we are in a transition that is very ambiguous, especially if you look at the church from a global point of view. So here we are in multiple transitions that will take many years to sort out and to understand and to discern. We are in a different post-Vatican II age, which now saying I am a Vatican II Catholic is one of the most vague things that one can say. We are going to find out what it means to be faithful to the Second Vatican Council today. We are in this transition rebalancing a certain deconstructionist project on the one side, and the methods of imposing disciplines of the John Paul II Pope Benedict era. We are trying to make a synthesis of this. I'm reading Instrumentum Laboris, and I have read in these last few days, worried analysis with titles like "Why I'm Not a Liberal Catholic," something like that. Because the idea is of these commentators who have no theology, but they have a big platform, which is all it gets today to be influential in some churches. They say this is a church that is more global under Pope Francis, the poor and the environment and so on, but it is becoming, or it has become, an ONG. I'm sorry, I'm still Italian, sorry. An NGO, thank you. So I think there's always been this risk of the church of becoming overly engaged on some other goals but I would say this with all charity that I can, with these anxieties. I would say this. So there are some issues that might look transitional today to us. So when we see this church that is very concerned with what's outside of the liturgy, of the catechesis, of the doctrine, and so on. So these issues and new emphasis, they may be transitional, but they are not accidental. They are transitional, not accidental. And so there's a substance there that we should take seriously. I don't think that one can call for the issue of the role of women in the church a transitional issue. I don't think how anyone can really think in 2023, this issue will go away. The issue of gender and of transgender, LGBT, these are very important questions. I think that we are using some acronyms in a very casual way. To be honest, LG is one thing, and then there's the rest. And so we should be very careful, because these are issues that we might use terms that are transitional, but these issues are not accidental. So here, I think that I think the way Pope Francis has envisioned this and built this synodal process, which starts from his experience as a global Catholic who never studied in Rome, never worked in Rome, was never part of some circles of the institutional church, is this. And this is a word of hope and of caution at the same time. What I think the global Catholic Church can sustain, can carry, and I don't know if carry, to translate a much more powerful German verb, tragen. Can you bear this? Is first a spiritual process. We need to accept that we are going through a spiritual process, which is not about having visions and so on, but it's about ideas, debates, concepts, arguments, strong arguments, weak arguments, mantras, or real concepts. So it is a spiritual process before then a legislative program, before a policy platform. This is the most difficult thing, I think, in Pope Francis' pontificate, because if you have lived a certain season in the church in these last 30 years at least, this has been, and I say that with all due respect and love for Mother Church, it's been an age of disappointments, of delayed hopes. So this is the most complicated thing. How to manage expectations of real change, but real change begins with a spiritual and then cultural process before being translated, or while it is being translated into new laws, new institutions, new policies. That must happen. Usually you see that those who don't like Vatican II, they think, well, I'm a Catholic of the Council of Trent. They have no idea of how revolutionary Trent was. The institution of the seminaries for the formation of the priest is a Tridentine institution. The idea of the parish as a territorial unit is a Tridentine institution. So it was hugely innovative, which is not, it doesn't mean liberal, but innovative. Okay. So this is what I think it's important, and again, it comes from a global pope, like Pope Francis, who's more global than his successors in a different way, because he has never had a romantic view of the past, of European Christendom, this is really not something that comes from him. So one can be critical on some issues of Pope Francis' decisions, how to implement some of his intuitions, but his intuitions are incredibly faithful to the vision of the Second Vatican Council, meaning not just those texts that one has to know if one has in a position of authority in the church, but what they pointed to, the trajectories that they were pointing to, which is, I think, exactly where we are now. So these are, I really thank you for this opportunity, because that helped me, clarify some of my own questions, my own anxieties, if you want, on the synodal process. And I think I'm done.
Great, perfect.
Thank you very much.
And again, we have some time for some questions. Brandon is there with the microphone, and I'm going to be very cheeky again, and I'm going to ask the first question. Massimo, you said about this ultimately being a spiritual process, and I was struck by, in the Instrumentum Laboris this week, it said that actually we should understand the Synod as almost as a liturgy, and I hadn't really thought about it like that before. Would you maybe expand on that idea a little bit?
Sure.
I'll turn it on now. I think it should be fine.
Okay, yeah. Thanks. So again, this has a very ancient history and a more recent one. So the ancient history is that the synods were, in the ancient church, moments of decision that were based not just on a one man, one vote, but on the idea of seeking inspiration. And if you want, the very first moment is in Scripture when they have to found a new apostle, number 12, right? And so a synodal moment was when in the ancient church bishops were chosen, actually elected by the clergy and the people of the local church, and that was a liturgical moment. So you cannot make a wise decision that is purely human in some sense, okay? And then there is a much more recent, example, which is the Second Vatican Council, where every general congregation in the morning in St. Peter opened with liturgy. And there is a nice moment because some bishops told Pope John that they shouldn't begin with Mass because it was too time-consuming. Pope John said, no. But also, for example, at Vatican II, you had many bishops who converted to a global idea of Catholicism because for the first time they saw Mass in St. Peter celebrated in liturgical rites that were not Roman, in the Melkite, in the Syro-Malabar, and so on. So the liturgy is a particularly important moment, and this is why it is worrying to see some trying to go back to a pre-Vatican II idea of the liturgy, the Latin Mass, and all that, because that is really the beginning of the Second Vatican Council theologically, in some sense. So,
yeah. Brandon's there with the microphone. I think we have a question, yeah?
Thank you for such a stimulating presentation. It's a joy to listen to you. My question, among the earlier documentation that Instrumentum Laboris points us back to is the 2014 document from the International Theological Commission, Sensus Fidei. So as I refreshed my reading of Sensus Fidei yesterday, it strikes me that their participation by the faithful in the doctrinal and pastoral development within the Church is set in very closed, I may say, conditions that for authentic participation, the faithful are already expected to be participants in the liturgy and the life of the Church. And this now sounds really quite circular, and even, to quote Pope Francis, possibly self-referential. So what I'm wondering is, among the multiple transitions that you talk about, could you say something to the change which is indicated by the call, the very deliberate call to voices from the margins? What does that do to our theology of Sensus Fidei?
Thank you. This is a very important question. So, first of all, it's true that it sounds like a bar, right? After all, the Catholic Church is still more inclusive than any club I know where you don't pay, you cannot call yourself a member of the Church. And so there is, I think, an underestimated, built-in inclusiveness of the Church, which we have forgotten because, again, and this is why Pope Francis has been, I would say, a genius, because he understood that a couple of words acted as bouncer for the Church. Sex and so on. Okay, so here, you're right. We need how to make of that circle a virtuous circle, not a vicious one. Okay. I think Pope Francis has done enormous job, enormous work on that, which is why, honestly, in some countries, like in the United States maybe, I mean, Pope Francis is more popular with those who don't go to Mass. It's one of the paradoxes. And so here, the most important question is, how do we call back those who are still members of the church? And so here, I think that we went through a dangerous, process in these last decades, in which some words that were mediated through the, mass media much more than by the words of the bishops or Pope, invited people to leave or to stay out, which is the least Catholic thing one can think about. Okay, so here Pope Francis has said, even at risk sometimes of confusing some Orthodox Catholics, all are welcome, which is something that we shouldn't even say. Okay, but we are in this moment when we need to say that, which is something that has always been really the wiring of Catholicism, because Catholicism can mean many things, but sociologically, the most important thing is Catholicism is the opposite of the sect or of the club. It's the opposite. There's no way that you can. So we are here doing this. And so liturgy is, so I don't think that what is said there is, if you don't go to liturgy, you shouldn't speak. It doesn't say that. It wants to say, going to liturgy will give you something that you don't know you're missing. First. Second, we are missing you. So, here there has to be, I think, in this moment, a generous hermeneutic of church documents. I've read my Freud, my Nietzsche, my Marx, all the masters of suspicion. Okay? And this is necessary. I had started working on the abuse crisis, and so suspicion is important, okay? But especially in this other process, it's time for a more merciful interpretation of what comes from the church. This is, and it's very hard for some people who feel excluded, who have been hurt. I totally understand that. It's a kairos. It's a special moment. That's, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? If you put up your hand, Brandon, we'll come down to you. Great.
Professor Faggioli, first of all, thank you so much for a really extraordinarily enriching talk. I was recently online with Bishop Bonny of Antwerp, and we were both being asked to respond to the question of many of our young people about the whole LGBTQ question. He had a significant number of young people from his diocese contact him to ask formally to be removed from the baptismal register because of the church's response, or what they perceived as the lack of response, to the inclusion of people of same-sex orientation within the community of the church. And I was fascinated to hear him say, this is a disaster for the church. It's a disaster because if you take this number, and he was counting them in thousands, in one diocese alone, multiply that by all the dioceses in Belgium, multiply that by all the dioceses in Europe, these are the future families of the church who are being lost to us. But one of the things he said that fascinated me most was that if we start counting membership or participation in the church and agreement with the church's laws at 100%, we've got nowhere else to go. And I thought these are such words of wisdom from a bishop, from a pastor, saying we must be content with starting with people who have 1%, less than 1%, of an understanding or an agreement with where the church's teaching is leading, and actually move from there. And what I'm hearing you also say is something similar, that if we can have the humility to start where people are, rather than forcing them to come where we are, or where we think we are, as the starting point, then we've got a chance of making a synodal journey, and not to demand of our young people that they sign up 100% before they're even allowed to have a voice in the community. And as I hear you, I think, say something similar, I wonder if you could expand on that.
Sure. So the first thing is this, the issue of debaptism or unbaptism. It's incredibly delicate, and I don't know if there has been an official document about that, but I would say to anyone that no one member of the church has the power of removing anyone from God's grace. First. So you're right. So I think that in some context, the church has already chosen that path of humility. On the other hand, I think that humility is not the same thing of humiliation. So here there is a fine line. Okay. So here, what is most important is not to give people preemptive exams, as it happens when you want to when you apply for a different citizenship. It's not the same way. So here there are some churches that are still in denial about this. There are some churches like in the US where there is a huge clash for what it means to be open and at the same time not to give the idea that anything that has been said on sexuality is trash. I don't think that that's wise. I don't think because once you give this idea that anything that has been said by the church on sexuality is trash, of course you are legitimizing other voices, which are not always better, right? So it's again, this is a moment of transition, and the most important thing is caution and making distinctions and differences. So I don't know. I mean, I think what Bishop Bonney and others in the churches of Germany and so on have done is already, in many cases, an act of humility that was totally unthinkable until 10 years ago. Totally unthinkable. And so here there's some enormous social, cultural phenomena on which really it's not about what a bishop says. I mean, we're beyond that. One. So we need to do that as a church. But again, the most important thing is that this is not a club for those who think that their sexuality is in order. Because I'm not sure we want to make of that a criterion, because we might find out interesting stuff. Right? So, but again, I think that it changes because churches in other countries, other continents, are dealing with hugely different understandings, expectations of that. And it takes the wisdom of knowing where the church teaching can and must be changed quickly on homosexuality, on other issues like the transgender, even science is very uncertain, very uncertain. I don't think it is helpful, honestly, to write columns saying the church is doing this, or the church has failed in this. Next paragraph, you have these youth who are killing themselves. I think this is hugely irresponsible, totally irresponsible. And so there's no pastorality there. It is, so we should not have on these issues a partisan mentality. Either you are with me, with this crowd, or that this is the worst thing. But it's a way of framing the issue that we should navigate with all possible wisdom and caution.
I think we probably have time for one more before we break for lunch. If there's anyone who has a final question for Professor Faggioli.
Thank you for the excellent presentation. And I suppose my question, it might be quite naive, but I just wonder, would social have a role to play while theologically and canonically there can be a catch-up in terms of, we'll say, the 1% of people, in terms of blessing, liturgy, is there a catch net that could be extended? Because I suppose in Ireland, in terms of parish and that community, that extended community, there's a huge sense of identity. You see it in the colours that children will wear at 4, 5, 6 years of age upwards. So there's something in the social. I just feel it would be a shame also to lose in terms of those values that we all possess, whatever gender, because we're created in that image and likeness, whoever and whatever.
Sure. I mean, I think that if there's something that speaks to what Catholicism is about, it is the social dimension. It's never been something totally private. It's never been my opinion, and then my lifestyle is independent from that, and so on. So we should absolutely make of these the theological changes, something that affects and is relevant social change. The problem is that we tend to idealize what's social change. Okay, so I'm one of those theologians who think that to have any healthy idea of the church, you should know what is going on in your society, in your neighborhood, in your city. Okay. At the same time, there has to be a certain consciousness that if you as a church want to be meaningful and attractive for people of all ages, of all genders, you have not to be a metamorphosis of what is going on. I see this in the United States, which, as an Italian, I have the impression is an extremely conformistic society. You have to conform. It is one of the differences that I've seen, for example, with Australia, where you can be the kind of Australian you want. In America, it's more complicated. And being left or right makes zero difference. Okay, so here, I'm not saying that being Catholic should make you a separate. Absolutely not. Okay, but at the same time, you shouldn't want to become part of the background completely. Because this is, so there is an energy in the church and in the gospel that sometimes has to stand up for something that might be unpopular at certain times, right? So, and this is not about being a liberal or a progressive. It's about, I think, having a non-ideological view of Catholicism. Non-ideological meaning that what I stand up for is not about keeping some people out because I don't like them personally, okay, but about being more inviting and scrutinizing myself first. So the society can be a blank check sometimes to not decide or to letting other people making decisions for yourself, for your parish, for the church. So here there is a very fine line. The dialogue is something that has to be conducted with a certain, intention of being faithful to something. Society changes very quickly. And this is one problem that the church is looking at. Looking at what happened in other churches, in other continents, other eras. They don't tell us this, but it's something that you see in the DNA of the church.
Great, thank you. I think the point of dialogue is a very good point at which to finish for lunch and complete our morning. Thank you very much, Massimo, for a very, very enlightening and a The breadth of the scholarship was delivered in a very, very accessible way. And I think everyone's very, very grateful for that. And I think it's lots of food for thought over lunch. So let's try, if we can try to be back here at 2 o'clock, ready to go at 2 o'clock. We can keep the day moving. Thanks very much.
Of those of us who lead and who therefore get to direct everybody else, but rather to see leadership, and this is a bit of a cliche, but rather to see leadership as very deeply a ministry of service to the whole community. So we need to know our community and have listened to our community, being part of the community, not listening from outside, but listening from within, in order to understand where people are, to recognise the depth of their own experience and the sincerity of their own experience, in order to discern what the Spirit's asking of us. Now, the trick is to be able to listen and then discern. The discernment takes time, and I think this is one of the things that we struggle with a bit in the plenary council, and I think it's understandable. People want immediate answers and they want immediate results. And Pope Francis often makes this point when he's talking too. Sometimes it's just going to take a bit longer, because we're not yet at a point where we can move forward together. And so, yes, some people want us to make a decision about this, that, or the other, and to move forward on that decision. But that will leave another whole group of people behind. So it's about creating a respectful listening and welcoming of each other in order to say, well, this is where we are. Where is God leading us? How are we going to get there? Look, I think it was because we realised that for this...
Okay. Sudden end. Thank you. Sorry about that, folks. I'm going to have to fill in the rest of a sentence for him. And it just gives you some flavour of the kind of leadership, I suppose, really straight away when you hear Archbishop Costello speak, that has been at the forefront of the plenary council. Just, there were two, as I say, sessions, two assemblies, and if a microphone, Brandon, if we could get a microphone to Chris there. Just, Chris, would you just tell us a moment about what happened at the second assembly, which you were present? If you can just do that for us. Bill wants you to come up if that's okay. Thanks.
Okay, well, it was an assembly over 5 days in Sydney, and the delegates had to vote on a series of decrees or motions, and they were all gathered in the synodal form around tables, bishops, people together. And things were going fairly smoothly up until I think it was the third day when they had the motion on the role of women in the church. And it didn't seem to me a particularly controversial motion, but they had to get the support of the delegates, but also the bishops, and they didn't get enough support from the bishops for the motion on women, and that led to a crisis, and there was almost a walkout, and a kind of a protest was a kind of a people made their feelings known in the room. And so the organisers went back to the drawing board, and they got together. Mark Coleridge, Archbishop, managed to sort of bring the thing together. I sort of wrote about it with the cricket analogy. It's like the first half of the team were bowled out, and then Mark Coleridge had to go in and kind of steady the batting and managed to get enough runs on the board to keep the show on the road. But it was remarkable that that it didn't break down. They actually trusted in the process. They continued to listen to each other, to dialogue, and they came up with a new motion, which was then agreed, and it included the question about the women's diaconate, because that was, I think, the contentious one. And they managed to get everything through. So it was quite remarkable, I think, because it showed that the process works. And it was interesting seeing the German Synod, because there was a point in the German Synod where a motion didn't go through, and I think people said, well, we're just going to implement it anyway. Whereas in Australia, they actually said, no, we're going to try and find a way forward. So that's what struck me powerfully following it. And all the decrees have been, I think, passed, and there's all sorts of things in there, and new things emerged as well around the liturgy, etc. The translation, which I think may have been a controversial issue here, the English translation, to call for to look at that again. Things have sort of emerged as well during the assembly. So yeah, I think what struck me was that this synodal process can work, but it is about taking a risk and stepping into the unknown.
Thank you very much, Chris. You have your own paper coming up in a moment, so you'll get a chance to take a breath. Thank you for that. So just so we can display the decrees there, Bill, for a moment. So there were a number of decrees issued at the end of it. And just, again, this is, I think, something to note, that these are meant to become local church law in Australia. And so already where I work in Notre Dame, we've been told as a Catholic agency that uses the term Catholic, we will be held accountable for how we implement these decrees, that we will be asked to give reports about how, as a Catholic university, we are taking these seriously. I don't know if they're big enough to read from where you're sitting. The first one is on healing wounds, receiving gifts. In particular, that is about, at the moment, reaching out to the Aboriginal communities, how the Church acts with justice towards those who have experienced systemic exploitation in society. Setting forth as missionary disciples, communion and grace, sacrament, being the church as a sacrament in the world, then the implementation of the whole area of repentance and seeking healing, witnessing to the equal dignity of women, formation and leadership for mission and ministry. And each of these decrees has an explanatory page and then a very sharp sentence that summarizes it. And they have now gone to Rome, and they're awaiting what's called a recognitio. They're awaiting formal approval from Pope Francis, which they believe won't be a big deal in coming. But also, for example, care of our common home, ecology, and so on is there as well. So that's the third phase then. So the first phase was the preparation. The second was the celebration, as they called it, which was that whole part of the two different plenary assemblies and so on, and now they're into the implementation phase. So they're that little bit further down the road than we are here in Ireland. So I think that's a way of just giving some sense of the plenary council process that took place in Australia. We've got a few moments for questions or comments, I think. Do you want to come in?
I think there are a few. I was in Australia to be the co-writer of this document, Light of the Southern Cross, and Massimo was also there. We were 3 people from outside. And I think this is very interesting that they already there said, we are an island, we need to have people from outside so that we are not too closed in. Another point that I want to make is I was in 2016 in Australia when they had this idea of the plenary council. And then the question, so the Germans had not an officially existing canonical structure. The synodal part doesn't exist in canon law, and the Germans said we don't want a plenary council because of the composition, and because for a plenary council you have to submit your agenda to Rome to be approved, and the decisions have to be approved by Rome. So Archbishop Coleridge said to me, the problem is the composition, because in the Code of Canon Law there has to be a majority of clergy. And I then said to him, why don't you get a dispensation on the composition? And you ask, and we can easily build that argument with Vatican II. The church has changed, and there is many more professional laity working in the church. So they got the provision, and I think that was extremely helpful that they did get that. That was one thing. The other thing with regard to the difference, what Chris was just referring to, the difference between Germany and Australia when it all went wrong, the Australians had in the statutes, so if you're ever going to have something like this, they had in their statutes a provision, divine providence, a provision saying that if something had been voted on, it could be brought back on the agenda, because in many meetings then that's it. But the provision in the statute said it could be brought back on the agenda provided something like 2/3 majority of the people present wanted to reopen the conversation. The Germans did not have that in their statutes. So you can see how important canon lawyers are.
A good plug. Just before throwing it open again to the floor, just a couple of points from my own experience, because that's really trying to report other people's experiences or record them. So I came out there in October to Australia. I had been back there a few years earlier for a semester. I've done a number of workshops with people on the ground in the Archdiocese of Perth at the request of what they call their Centre for Faith Engagement on Synodality. And frankly, it's still Synodality 101. It's still, what is synodality? What do we mean by discernment? What do we mean by decision making? How do we work in a synodal church? How do we become an inclusive church? How do we get young people involved? Just in case we're creating the impression that they're way down the path, they will be the first to admit it. The Archdiocese of Perth, which is Archbishop Costello's own diocese, is now preparing to re-erect its diocesan pastoral council, which has not been functioning. And but this is the interesting thing. They're adopting a synodal process to establish the diocesan pastoral council. So that's going to be a whole process, a wide assembly of people, out of which will emerge a diocesan pastoral council, I think of 36 people, but they're involving hundreds of people in the planning stage and the discernment stage to form their pastoral council and the agenda of their diocesan pastoral council. So it's still baby steps, I think, is really, even though they've gone down through the road of a plenary council. The second thing, because I raised this question with Myriam earlier about accountability, and I think this is a key point, and I put it to Archbishop Costello, how are you going to hold people to account for following through on the decrees? They're meant to be binding. So at the moment, he indicated 2 areas. One is that there will be a round table in 5 years' time, which will have people who are a representative group of the various bodies that were consulted, to which they will have to report. And so that's, I suppose, informal, but nonetheless, it's some form of accountability. The other is that it's a standing item on the meeting of the Bishops' Conference, and the various subcommittees responsible for various areas must report into each Bishops' Conference on how the implementation of the decrees is progressing. So that's just, but I think that is a huge area. How do you actually evaluate it? How do you hold people accountable? Thank you.
Great. We have some time for some questions, and as ever, Brandon is there with a microphone, so don't be shy. Just here, Brandon.
Hello, am I on? Yes. Okay. It seems to me that the synodal way is incompatible with the institutional church as it is now. So my question is, how can the synodal way further the ending of the institutional church in a way that doesn't cause division or a schism? But in a way that will help the men in the Vatican in particular to share their power?
Thank you. I suppose it's a good question, maybe for the panel discussion at the end, but I'm not trying to dodge the question, but I think it's probably more not so much about ending the institutional church as transforming the institutional church. I don't think we can seriously consider a church without its institutional dimension. And I think it is happening by having the right people in the right place at the right time in leadership, and who are undergoing a personal transformation and a personal conversion. I don't think we can get past that. And I think that's something that happens slowly, but I think has to happen steadily. But I think it's about having leaders who themselves imbue a synodal style in all their ways of interacting. I don't think we can get past that. I think that's where it begins. But I think maybe we can come back on that question.
We can come back to that on the concluding panel for sure. Anyone else? Any question? Anything struck anyone about the process in Australia? Towards the back, Brandon. Yeah.
Thank you. Eamonn, I'd have a particular interest in learning a bit more about how it's been communicated and received back at grassroots. That'd be a major issue for myself with the Irish Synodal Pathway, of course. The resourcing that's available to communicate well and to keep people in the conversation. I just wonder how well that was achieved. Have you any sense of that with the Australian Plenary Council? Did more people know about it by the end of it or not, I suppose?
Again, I can only answer in a limited way from the Archdiocese of Perth, where I'm spending most of my time. I think it's been communicated well, and certainly even this well on into it, any of the talks or public engagements or so on are very well attended and lots of people participating. I think, like ourselves, there's a struggle to have a younger generation engaged. But I think the Australian Church, from what I've seen so far, is much better resourced. I mean, the one Archdiocese of Perth has its own communications department. It has a Centre for Faith Engagement with 5 full-time personnel and so on. The resources are very different here, you know. But the resources are being put into it, I would say that's true. Yeah.
That was all very interesting. I wonder if you would have anything to say to this. Down the years, working on the basis the church is a discerning church, it's not a democracy, it doesn't work in parliamentary fashion. When you speak, you're not agitating for your own position and so forth. I would have to say that I think that theology has been perceived by a lot of people, not least women in the church, as a domestication, as a kind of a nice way of saying, but the hierarchy is really in charge. The challenge, have you any thing to say about the challenge is more on the side of the hierarchy to be authentically partners in the conversation, as distinct from consulting or listening, or even in a, kind of non-patronizing way, but to be genuinely partners in the conversation. Because we as lay people need that assurance that it's not simply a spiritual way of saying, oh, speak all you like, but you're not really the ones with the monopoly of the Spirit, to quote Casper.
I suppose one of the things I've been struggling with a little bit myself, this may not be answering your question directly, but I think it's more or less the same thing in another way. When we talk about, and I would say this myself, to realize synodality is a prayerful process. Synodality, first and foremost, is a form of prayer. And I think we need to get away from thinking of prayer in terms of prayers. That we're not only engaging with God when we're saying our prayers. I think we kind of might have grown up with that, but that we can actually discern and decide and argue robustly and disagree, and it can still be a prayerful process because God is at work in the ordinariness of our everyday lives and the ordinariness of our engagement with one another. Now, when, as the Archbishop said there, and I would say the same thing, synodality is not about parliamentarianism. Synodality is about humble listening to what God is saying, not what we are saying per se and all that. There is a danger that that's heard in a way of control and power, and I think that's what you're getting at there. And that we know about spiritual abuse as a form of power abuse. And I think this is a struggle we're going to have, because I think there's a truth there that needs to be respected, that in fact synodality is a prayerful discernment, decision-making process. What I mean by prayerful is before God and with God and in God. But we can use a language and put a cloak of prayer on something that can sometimes try to dampen down disagreement or dampen down the parousia part of it that Pope Francis talks about, was the courageous speaking as well as the courageous listening. Is that the kind of thing you're talking about? And I'm struggling with that myself. I think we need to acknowledge and hold on to the prayerful dimension of what it's about, but prayer should bring freedom, authentic, deep freedom. And it's all ultimately about being at the service of truth, that actually we are all the servants of truth, whatever our state is in the conversation. And it's about allowing that truth to disclose itself. Does that make sense?
Thank you very much, Eamonn. I'm afraid the clock is kind of against us, and the clock has kind of beat us. I'm very interested, that you finish up talking about that parousia, that apostolic courage, because I'm sure I speak for everyone to say Father Eamonn is someone who really has displayed that in bucket loads. And just as I was reading out at the beginning of the introduction that you're a professor in Notre Dame in Australia now, it just strikes me very strongly again the great loss that you are to the Church in Ireland. So we're glad that you're home here with us, and glad in All Hallows, in a place that I know means a great deal to you and you've soldiered long in. So thank you very much. I'm delighted to introduce our next speaker this afternoon, and it's Professor Vimil Tiramana. Professor Tiramana is a professor of moral theology at the National Seminary in Sri Lanka, and also teaches at the Alfonsianum in Rome. So I'm delighted to welcome him here today. And he's going to speak to us on the theme of synodality, an irreversible process for an inclusive church. So you're very, very welcome.
Thank you. I wonder whether I have anything new to say, because most of the essential points of synodality have been already covered, so to say. However, the theme assigned to me, I hope that thing is working, because there's a big setback here. Normally I use it myself, because then I have more control. Nevertheless, I'll have to signal to him, but some of those ladies sitting behind don't think that I'm signaling to them. I'm telling them. Anyway, the theme assigned is synodality, an irreversible process for an inclusive church. I will try my best to concentrate myself, knowing my nature of talking. Normally, I find very hard to confine myself to a given area when I speak. I'll try to discipline myself. First, I will take synodality as an inclusive, it's towards an inclusive church. Certain terms that we have been familiar with ever since this synodal journey began, such as walking together, enlarging the space of your, I'll read the text I have here. Enlarging the space of your tent. Such terms have become common, if not hackneyed, by now. Like some time ago, this is a side comment outside the text, when Pope Francis spoke about to have the smell of the sheep, everybody was talking about having smell of the sheep. Some people who have not even seen a sheep. But that sort of nonsense is also happening in the church. But nevertheless, now these terminology, particularly these two that I have highlighted, indicate an inclusive approach by definition. They are inclusive, walking together, walking with each other. The other one, enlarging the space of your tent so that everyone could be included. So they necessarily indicate an inclusive approach to the understanding of the church that ought to be. I'm a moral theologian. I'm talking about oughts. This is what the church ought to be. They re-echo Vatican II's ecclesiology, which was based on baptism. I like the popular way of talking by our present Holy Father. He said not once, many times. Is it Pope Francis calling me? I think it's better to put them off. Otherwise, I'm badly distracted. Pope Francis once said, baptism is the identity card of a Christian. And that's precisely, I don't know where we are going. Let's stick to this. That is to say that it is baptism and not ordination to priesthood or episcopate that gives one his or her Christian identity. Consequently, as Lumen Gentium insisted, the church includes, as we know, all the baptized, irrespective of their social or ecclesial ranks. I like the question, or the two questions that were raised just before I came to this podium. As it has, because it fits in here, as it has been repeatedly said during this synodal journey, it's not enough to rattle off these popular phrases or these great theological phrases if they are not visible in action. One of my main points that I tell my students, not only with regard to synodality, but with regard to moral issues of the church, very controversial issues too, is that we need to be seen practicing what we say. So in that sense, to be inclusive, to have an inclusive church is a must. Concretely speaking, such visible inclusivity, not abstract metaphysical inclusivity, has to be evident in bearing co-responsibility for all ecclesial life, especially in the decision-making and decision-taking processes of all spheres of ecclesial life and in the mission of the church. We can discuss that if necessary. This is a phrase, I think Myriam herself was present at the early stages when we were discussing in that theological commission group, decision-making, decision-taking. If necessary, we'll talk about it later, which includes every baptized person. In the decision-making, everyone is involved. Decision-taking, some of them are involved, those who are entrusted with certain responsibility. This is not possible, and that's where that question fits in. This is not possible in a strictly and exclusively hierarchically organized church based on ranks and positions. Although the conciliar theology, I'm talking about Lumen Gentium, called for an inverting or turning upside down, and we have heard it again and again, of the pre-Vatican II ecclesiology, as is well known, even after some 6 decades of Vatican II, still the Catholic Church functions largely on hierarchical or pyramidal structures, or within pyramidal structures, wherein the clergy, I am a cleric, I'm an ordained redemptorist priest, we, priests and bishops, wherein the clergy, who form a tiny minority, what percentage do they form of the entire church? Hardly 2%, not even 2, I would say. So, form a tiny minority of the baptized, still control the affairs of the church in all spheres, whether in the local church level, diocesan or parish church levels, or in the universal church level. When Pope Francis inaugurated the synodal process in October 2021, the main objective apparently was to put into practice this forgotten ecclesiology of Lumen Gentium. In my conversations with my students, in my conversations for people when I talk about synodality, I always say, don't associate this synodal process with Pope Francis, Mario Cardinal Bergoglio, because he will be Pope today, he will not be Pope tomorrow. Everybody has to die, all of us. Maybe we will be before him, we never know. But with him, the synodal journey should not be over. But if you associate so closely with Pope Francis, the synodal journey, with him, it ought to get out. However, the synodal journey has to be associated closely with Vatican II theology, which was forgotten. So, I think you can see them on the board. I'm not in correspondence with what goes on there. There is a fear, I'm going to talk off the text also, there is a fear among the clergy. I have been working for the Catholic bishops of Asia as their theological advisor for 16 long years. And most of them are very good friends of mine. So most of them have been asking, Vimal, what's happening? What's wrong with Pope Francis? You work in Rome. What's wrong with him? It's not what is happening always wrong with him. Something wrong with him. In other words, not that something wrong with them, because most of them are worried whether their wings will be trimmed. And in my language, I'm not an born English speaker, it's my second language, I'm a Sinhalese. And in our language, we have a proverb, I think it's there in English too. You sit on a certain branch and chop the branch. Which bishop, which priest would like to do that? And that's precisely why a vast majority of the hierarchy are not for this. Don't ask me whether I conducted a census to know whether it's a vast majority or a simple majority. By inference, by an inductive method, I have seen it in Rome, I have seen it in Korea, I have seen it in the Philippines, I have seen it in Italy, Rome, I said, and in North America. There seems to be a lot of opposition, interestingly, but not surprisingly. It is this inclusive trend of the current synodal process that has irritated and disturbed many members of the Catholic hierarchy. On their part, a large number of laypersons have not only been supportive, overwhelmingly, of the current synodal process, but they have even in some parts of the world been over-enthusiastic. About that, I'm going to have my last word at the end. They have been over-enthusiastic, not enthusiastic. And that's bad. Over-enthusiastic about this entire process, as was so evident when we were reading the responses to the questionnaire. I was also involved in that group in Frascati. And some of them, I remember from Pakistan and also from Indonesia, they were saying what Myriam was saying in the morning in her own way. in one response, a Pakistani, whoever said it, had said, we were so surprised that although we were so involved in church affairs, going for Sunday Mass every day, this is the first time we were asked to give our opinion about church, about the church, about what's happening in the church. So there's a lot of enthusiasm, if not over-enthusiasm. That's why the Frascati document, the Continental Stage document, which tried to capture the diverse voices from across the Catholic world, the people of God, which said this, number 31 had this: the vision of a church capable of radical inclusion, shared belonging, and deep hospitality, according to the teachings of Jesus, is at the heart of the synodal process. Isn't it at the heart of Vatican II teachings too? This is why I say we should always refrain, and I know no one will remain in this hall in this heat if you are not interested in synodal journey. So thank God. But keep in mind one thing, I'm not trying to dictate to you, but sharing with you. Never associate synodal process with Francis. He's only an instrument. It has to be associated closely with Vatican II's ecclesiology, because there cannot be any higher teaching than Vatican II. Yeah, here I have written here, refer to Cardinal McElroy of United States. If necessary, I'll do that. I see already time has passed, because he is one of those. He's a moral theologian, quite known to me. He's one of those who had been insisting the inclusion, the necessity to include everybody. Here in the West, and I don't want to be divisive, West and East, here in the West, wherever I go for synodal meetings, everywhere, what about women? What about women's ordination today? We didn't hear, but in many places it has come. What about LGBTQ? As a moral theologian, I would say these are all important issues. But don't, of course, there are issues in Asia, there are issues in Africa, there are issues in Latin America. But then Asia has also other important issues than they. So, I was talking to someone who had been working in India in the morning, and we agreed on that. I was in Nepal and Korea hardly 6 weeks ago. They were saying, Father, how come that our things don't feature very well, but thank God in the Instrumentum Laboris, some of those issues, because some of the concerns are not to do with sexual ethics. Of course, they are concerns. I'll be naive to say women's issues are not our issues. What is the other one? LGBTQ never exist. They exist in our societies. But there are other issues that take topmost priority than that. Here, they may be your issues. But when you talk about inclusiveness, and it is here I wanted to invoke Cardinal McElroy, Bob McElroy. I used to call him Bob before he became a cardinal. Here is where he steps in very strongly. His point is, you can't use discriminatory ways of inclusion. Only the dominant people inserting their issues, even in the synodal agenda. But I'm so glad where Myriam herself was involved, so I know, although she's from Holland, working in Germany, she's more third world than others. There are other issues that need to be considered, and thank God it's there. So let's get going. I have, at least 10 minutes more? About 8. 8. We'll make it 10. So, now, such an inclusiveness is based on the words and actions of Jesus of Nazareth. Moreover, on baptism, I have mentioned that. In the New Testament, we see them in apostolic letters, in the apostolic times, Pauline letters, Acts of the Apostles, all that. What I want to say here, dear friends, is being inclusive is not a fancy idea of Francis or that of Vatican II. It has deep roots in Christology, if you believe in Jesus of Nazareth, not the Jesus of theology. Remember Albert Nolan writing Jesus Before Christianity. So Jesus of Nazareth, it has Christological roots, it has firm ecclesiological roots, it has firm traditional roots. So based on them, inclusiveness is a must in this synodal journey. My second point is to do with synodality as an irreversible process. Here I have to give credit to our Chris Lamb, who conducted a webinar on behalf of the London-based Tablet some time ago last month. And there, normally when I am, but you don't try that during the question time, when I am provoked, I tend to say things off guard. So when he asked, I don't think he was provoking me, he asked a certain question and I said, it was a time when Pope decided to appoint 70 people, non-episcopal members, to the forthcoming first synod, 2 parts of the synod, no? And I said, this itself is enough. No need to go any further. Even if the rest of the synodal journey falls apart, that was a little hyperbolic statement, this is enough because it is irreversible. Ever since that, I think because of that, Gary and the organizers have assigned this topic to me. At the end of that tablet, they had that link. I don't know about the terminology. I'm quite old. I'm not into modern computer terminology. There were responses, and some of them ridiculed me, and later some of them wrote to me also, oh, Vimal, do you think this synodal journey is irreversible just because of Pope appointing 70 people? Don't forget, there were other popes who have done more things, and with this Pope's ending of his life, all your thinking also will be out. Yours is wishful thinking. This sort of things were hurled at me, but I still insist that it's not wishful thinking. I repeat here, this synodal process is certainly irreversible for a number of reasons. These I jotted down just after lunch. That's why they are written in pen. Those who say it's not irreversible, they are making 2 big mistakes. Number one, they identify synodal process with the person of Pope Francis, as I said. But synodal process is a venerable ancient tradition of the church. Francis is only invoking that. So which of us can say, defy that? It was forgotten, it is brought back to the agenda. And secondly, it's the ecclesiology of Vatican II. And then there are friends of mine and students of mine who say, Father, you are talking big about synodality, but what happened to Vatican II? What happened to the ecclesiology of Vatican II? There was so much of enthusiasm, etc., etc. But I have an answer to that too, not that I'm a computer. Vatican II, I think it comes late also in the thing, but I will say it, rattle it off now. Vatican II was a process top down. It was started with so many renewal movements in Germany and France. So many renewal, liturgical renewal movement, biblical renewal movement, all this, together with a few great thinking bishops, visionary bishops. Together, they did the Vatican II reforms. I don't know whether Massimo Faggioli is there. He can correct me. He's there. I think these were pivotal, these two. The theologians, Nouvelle Theology and all that, they prompted Vatican II's teachings, together with some progressive bishops, not all. But this time, synodal journey is coming from bottom up. Of course, you might say it was initiated by Francis, but the agenda, as Myriam was trying to say in the morning, the agenda started from there. I myself am a witness, as I told you, at Frascati. The working document of continental stages came from the people, and now again, people to Rome, Rome to people, and that dialogue is going on. So it's down up, and it will be very difficult to upset it. Yeah, I would go, I don't know where those people who are managing the PowerPoint, but I want to go a little further because I want to respect time so that others may have time to ask questions if they have. This synodal journey, now I know it's a difficult hour to keep awake, but let me shock you a little bit. I just now said synodal journey is irreversible. I would also say it is reversible. What am I saying? Am I going mad? No. It is a process. It depends on two major things. This is my last point. Two major important issues. Number one, eliminating those structures, impediments, blocks that have come into the church not because of any solid canon law or theology, but based on Gospels, but because of various customs, prejudices, Gregorian reforms, for example, clericalism, so many other things, counter Reformation steps. So some of the customs have come that way. Are they gospel-based? Within those structures, if you are going to put synodal process also, we are doing something which Jesus himself referred to. What happened to Vatican II teachings? Novel teachings, new teachings of Vatican II, new wine were poured into old structures, old wineskins, hackneyed as they were, old as they were. I'm also quite old now, so I'm not disregarding old people, but I'm saying is old structures. When the new wine was poured into them, they were just absorbed. That's it. If there is no parallel structural change to contain the spirit of synodality, what happened to Vatican II teachings will happen to synodality also, synodal process. Structural change. Canon lawyers should take serious note of that. And here I have quoted there from Instrumentum Laboris, which came out last Tuesday. It says, creating structures for a church that is also increasingly synodal in its institutions, structures, and procedures, so as to constitute a space in which the common baptismal dignity and co-responsibility for mission are not only affirmed, but exercised and practiced. Number 21 of the document. The second necessary condition, indispensable condition for synodality to be an irreversible process is formation. Formation of all the people of God, but especially who? Especially the clergy, not the laity. Laity should be formed, but I would say especially the clergy. I'm going to finish now, but I want to say something out of the text. I have been teaching in seminaries and universities for 28 long years. Future priests, seminarians, priests who are doing doctorates, licentiates. I'm afraid most of them are utterly ignorant of even what Vatican II taught about church, about Lumen Gentium, about ecclesiology. How much of them know about synodal spirit, synodal process? So there is a moral imperative, more than a legal imperative, a moral imperative, if we are serious, to form through catechetics, to catechetical programs. Normally when we say catechetics, it's only for small children. For laity as well, but before laity, for the clergy and the seminarians. And the seminary curricula need to be changed. Would you believe, in many Asian seminaries, where I don't teach in many, I teach only at 3 or 4, they don't have a separate subject on Vatican II documents. And when I tell at National Seminary in Kandy, we need to introduce a course, it's poo-pooed, even by the bishops. Vatican II, everybody knows that. So this sort of formation is a must. Then I want to say something here. Excuse me. Yeah. There are 4 important things that Pope Francis has done to include everybody, particularly the laity. I want to enumerate them one by one very fast. I'll read it out. The launching of the worldwide synodal process, beginning with the consultation through the questionnaire. Second, the formulation of the continental state document, Frascati, it was after reading what the lay people said. Then the holding of the 7 continental ecclesial assemblies. We are doing a book on that, Myriam and I. This is an extremely important step. When did we have such ecclesial assemblies? Ecclesial assembly is much wider than Episcopal Synod. Wider, not canonically. I'm telling inclusiveness. So that's third one. And fourth one, the recent step of Pope Francis to include 70 people. These are concrete steps which certainly would give us assurance that the synodal process is irreversible. One last point that will reaffirm it is the recent appointments to Vatican and other places of lay people. I was told by some of my friends that in Germany, it is a woman who is the secretary of the Bishops' Conference. Then in Belgium, I know him, Bruno, he is the secretary of the Bishops' Conference. Then in Sweden, I can't remember exactly, it's a sister who is a religious sister. Now, why I say these, dear brothers and sisters, is when I was in the FABC, Federation of Asian Bishops' Conferences, for 16 years, I have heard so many bishops saying openly, oh, in your bishops' they talk to each other, the bishops, oh, in your bishops' conference, there is a priest who is the secretary, who is the secretary general. No, that should not be. It should be a bishop, because these are episcopal conferences. And what will they say to this now? So you want more evidence of inclusiveness? So that's it. I finish here by, I gave the cautions. I read it out and take only 1.5 minutes. So far, in total contrast to the prevailing not so enthusiastic general clerical attitude, the synodal process has had not only overwhelming support of the laity, but it has also surely created great enthusiasm and expectations among them. When I see you, although I would have loved to see even a much younger people, but even this is a consolation. Hence, there's great expectation, great enthusiasm. Now, my conclusion to that is, hence the importance of a proportionately satisfactory and tangible response to them from the October 2023 Synod, which eventually will lead to the October 2024 Synod, and hopefully that would lead to a culture of synodality in every sphere of ecclesial life. There should be a proportionately, at least to match that enthusiasm. In other words, as they say in English, the expectations are so high like a mountain, and the mountain should not produce a mouse. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Liminal, for that very strong presentation and showing us really, I think that's a wonderful place to end at, the idea that synodality will be present in every aspect of church life. I think that's really what we long for. So Brandon now has a microphone if anyone wants to ask. Oh. If anyone has a question for Liminal, please. Over here, Brandon.
Liminal, thank you for a wonderful presentation. Just picking up this idea of, the comment that baptism is our identity card, and that's the point of reference for us as Christians. And I'm just wondering about the hornet's nest that involves. I'm just thinking of the recent proposal by a noted authority that, for example, infant baptism is a form of child abuse because you are forcibly imposing an identity on a child without their permission and so on. Given that for most of us, baptism is something that is imposed upon us, how do you reconcile that with the kind of freedoms and responsibilities that are being talked of in the synodal process?
Yeah. Ever since I was a seminarian, and I thought I would be sent out for having asked a similar question, I said, why is that when we were infants, when we could not decide for ourselves, why were we an infant baptism? And the man who was teaching that subject, I studied in India, although I'm a Sri Lankan, and he warned me never to talk about such things again, because it is oikos and all that early church, they baptized the whole household and all that. Yes, that's an issue. But I think they say ecclesia supplens. I'm giving what the systematic theologians give. Also, I don't want to eliminate the merits of infant baptism also. For example, there's evidence in the Acts of the Apostles that at times whole household was baptized. Oikos, what I said my teacher was saying. Were they all well instructed before they were baptized? Or St. Francis Xavier, who went to Far East, even to Sri Lanka, Thalemannar. Did he instruct everybody correctly, properly, perfectly before they were baptized? But even then, even if they didn't make their choices, they were adults, when they were baptized, especially in those countries. There may have been infant baptisms. Didn't they, even without proper instruction, without knowing properly what they were doing, didn't most of them have grace-filled lives? Some of them even being recognized by the official church. So I, for one, would have never been a Catholic to begin with if I were not baptized when I was an infant. The problem is not with infant baptism. Today, most of us tend to look at infant baptism with freedom, democratic values. Everybody should. I have cousins who are married, first cousins, and we are from a very Catholic area in Sri Lanka. My first cousins who are married to Buddhists. And they say, we won't baptize our children. When they grow up, let them choose. My eldest first cousin, both his children have no religion now because they have left for choose. Let them choose. They say every religion is equal, there's no need. There's that difficulty. However, there are also other cousins of mine who have been baptized when they were young, but the important point I want to underline this afternoon is, it's not enough to baptize alone, to only baptize, but to catechize, but to form. That's why church has always had a guard against such objections in the form of godparents. Godparents are not there only to give them a gift on their birthday or something. They are there to instruct them in their faith, beginning with parents. So it's mixed, but I know I did not answer you directly, but this is what I can say.
Do we have anyone else for a question? Right up there at the back, Brandon.
Thanks very much for your challenging presentation. As somebody who encounters different models of church in different parts of the world, and having considerable difficulty in maintaining one's faith and sanity, any pieces of advice, where I suppose we would have come from a church ourselves here in Ireland 40, 50 years ago, but it's difficult to stomach it today when one feels bullied, when one explains a model of church that is not accepted locally. It's a difficult space. It's a difficult space for our colleagues who are new to religious life. It's a difficult space for other sisters and brothers who I would see as being bullied to shut up and show up and do what you're told and don't challenge us, we know better.
Yes, I think again, why are they having that attitude? Is it that such people who have such attitudes, I'll give the other side immediately. Let's say I have also other relatives and their children who do not go to church anymore, even in Sri Lanka, because they say this is just indoctrination and there's no questioning, there's no discussion they learned in the classes, namely to listen. The speaker before me, Eamonn, was talking about listening, and our Salesian bishop there, Castello, Archbishop, he also spoke about respectful listening. Even faith instruction is dialogical. Why are we losing the young people today in the church? Because there's no listening to them. They are asking questions, and I know many parish priests who are saying, that's not the way. If you like, you come. If you don't like, get out. That's it. Here, that won't happen. But in our part of the world, the priest is the boss. So this sort of thing, as Father Herring used to say, gone are the days when the parish priest was everything to the parishioners. When the child falls sick, they will run to the parish priest. What should we do? In villages, I mean. Anyway, I think I have talked too much.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you very much for being present with us, because I really should make the point that I know you really have been struggling with the Irish immigration system for months to get a visa just to come from Rome to Dublin. So I say to everyone, the next time you meet your local parliamentary representative, please tell them that if we're telling the world that we're a welcoming country, we really should be trying to be more welcoming to people. So thank you very much. You could just leave it, it's fine. Now, I want to take the opportunity to welcome our final speaker of the day, but certainly by no means the least. Journalists, you know, one of our responsibilities is to praise one another, so it's like a solemn covenant. So I'm really delighted that Chris Lamb has joined us today. Chris will be known to many of you as the Rome correspondent of The Tablet. He's also a contributor to the Vatican Insider section of La Stampa newspaper in Italy, and of course a frequent contributor to the BBC on religious affairs and Vatican affairs. And if you follow him on Twitter as well, you'll also know that he's a lifelong supporter and devotee of Carlisle United. So I think that's an important detail to come in. So Chris, you're very welcome.
Well, that really requires faith, you know, just for thank you, Michael, for that introduction, and thank you for this opportunity to address you all this afternoon. I'm conscious that you've been served a real feast of synodality. I'm not sure how much more I can add to it, but I'll try and give a few reflections from my perspective as a journalist covering the Vatican and as someone who has been following and researching the synodal reforms that have been taking place recently. You know, for some time it struck me that the synodal process is the big story in the church today, and that we're living through the most crucial event in the life of the church since the Second Vatican Council. So I see it as my role as a journalist to try and tell this story, exploring what the synod means for reform and renewal in the church, understanding the tensions, the conflicts, and the challenges that it opens up, as well as looking at the trajectories that it is showing for the future. To put it in headline terms, for the church of today, or the early 21st century, the synod is the only show in town, and that's why you know, I've tried to focus on it so much in my reporting. And I'm also aware that it really is an urgent need for the church to embrace the synodal renewal. I'm very conscious that I've been at 2 events recently on the synod, both of them in former seminaries, one in the UK and one here, places that once trained hundreds of men for ordained ministry, and it strikes me that that in itself underlines the urgent need for the Synod to develop new structures for leadership and ministry in what is not so much an era of change, but a change of era. But the question I often get asked is, where do you think this is all going? Where's it going to end up? What happens if the next Pope decides the Synod wasn't a good idea after all? And I know that Vimal has addressed some of that, but I'm going to look at where things have gone in the last few years in Francis's pontificate with the Synod. So to understand where things are going, I think it's helpful to look at where we've come from in just the last decade. I think that provides a kind of clearer idea of where things might be heading. I'm not going to go into the history of synods, but to look at what's happened during the Francis pontificate. And then we'll try and make a few suggestions about where I see things going, and also identify some challenges, because I think there are some big challenges for the Synod. Again, Vimal talked about the resistance, and that's something I think is very significant. But I think it's important to bear in mind, and it's something that struck me looking back over the years of Francis, how this idea of a more synodal church, the seeds for it were sown very early on. In fact, really at the first moment that the Pope addressed people after his election. And I'd like to quote from those words, which were made by the Pope from the balcony of St. Peter's. And he said, "Now we take up this journey, bishop and people, this journey of the Church of Rome, which presides in charity over all the churches, a journey of fraternity, of love, of trust among us." And I think you see here, in those first words from Francis, the concepts of journeying together of bishops and people. And I think that is quite significant, really, because there are people who say, well, all these synodal ideas, where have they come from? Is this just the latest initiative of Francis? But actually, you can see it's there right from the very beginning. And then again, in the first interview that Francis gave following his election to Antonio Spadaro, he said, "The consistories of cardinals, the synods of bishops, are important places to make real and active consultation. I don't want token consultations, but real consultations." So again, he was pointing to the need to consult the laity, to have a better way of bishops and people discerning together. And we've had, over the last 18 months, this extraordinary consultation process. But the first consultation, actually, for the synod started for the family synods in 2014. And then we had, for the youth synod, there were these pre-synodal gatherings. And the 2019 Amazon synod, there was a listening exercise involving 87,000 people. So you can see how it's grown and developed. I remember that when the family synod consultation took place, it was in the form of a questionnaire. And I remember when it was first released, we weren't sure whether it was real or not, whether this was actually a genuine thing. And at the time, the results were not published by certain bishops' conferences. And I think that shows just how far things have come in 10 years. I mean, the current synod process actually says not to have questionnaires, but to have the in-person active dialogues and listening. But there you can see, just in the Francis pontificate, to me, a big shift that's taking place. As a Vatican correspondent, I think it's important to stress how the synods have changed under the Francis pontificate in terms of the way they've been conducted, and the fact that the bishops have a freedom to discuss and disagree openly. That wasn't the case during John Paul II and Benedict's papacies. No topics are off limits. And Francis has freed up this debate and disagreement, which we've seen in the Family Synod and the Amazon Synod. As the Pope likes to say, the plates have been thrown in disagreement, and that's okay. But I've also seen that as a result of the Synod process, the opposition to Francis has often been very pronounced in those times. I remember in the Family Synod, the group of cardinals who wrote a letter to the Pope basically attacking the Synod process. I remember vividly doing an interview with the late Cardinal George Pell about the Family Synod. It wasn't actually an interview because he presented me with a handwritten document of what he wanted me to report. It wasn't really a question and answer, he just said, read what I've said. And then, of course, during the Amazon Synod, there was the campaign, I would say, from certain sections of the Catholic media against the use of indigenous statues from the Amazon, which were then thrown in the River Tiber by an activist. So I think it's quite possible, quite likely, that in the Synod meetings in 2023, this October, and 2024, we're going to see some sustained and vocal opposition to it, to the process. But I think, like the Second Vatican Council, the opposition to the Synod comes from a well-organised, well-funded minority and is not representative of the Church at the grassroots. One senior member of the Synod team said to me that the opposition actually shows that the process is going in the right direction. Francis is putting his trust in the Synod process. The Synod is a privileged space to discern the will of the Holy Spirit, even if that means unleashing tensions and disagreements. And as I explained about the Australian process, this can get very, very tense and very difficult. But I think what we've seen over the last 10 years, and what I've witnessed as a reporter, is that the Pope has brought about incremental changes, which cumulatively amounts to something of a quiet revolution in the way the Synod process and indeed the way the Church is operating. The Synod is no longer a meeting of bishops. It's actually something that's seeking to include everyone, and no topic is off the table. But I think it's also true to say that the synods that the Pope had before calling this process, there were two problems that were identified. The first is that by opening up the discussion, there's a risk that the Church can be led into a paralysing ideological disagreement. It was interesting in the Amazon Synod, where there was a debate on whether married men could be ordained. Pope Francis commented that the discussion became a parliamentary-style clash, and there wasn't a discernment. So despite the majority of the bishops saying, we want to move forward with the ordination of married men, there was a minority who resisted, and the Pope said, we're not going to... He didn't say yes, he didn't say no. But there was a problem he saw. And I think there's also a risk with the idea that we need to keep on discerning, which is what Francis said, because at some point you have to make a decision. You know, as one seasoned church observer said, it's all well and good to say we need to keep on discerning, but eventually we're all going to be dead. So there needs to be some decision making. But I think he saw in the disagreements at the Amazon Synod, which became quite, to his mind, polarizing, the need to ensure that the Church becomes synodal in how it decides things. So the need to have the process to actually hold together the tensions. That's, I think, one of the factors behind him calling this much bigger global process. And the other thing, of course, is the question of participation. I'm told that at the Youth Synod in 2018, one cardinal stood up and said, the next synod should focus solely on the role of women in the Church. Now, Francis was too shrewd to say, yes, let's do that, because he realized that would be an all-male synod of bishops discussing the role of women. So he's had this process, which is about greater participation of all the baptized, and we see the role of women in the Church coming to the fore and going to be taking a central and urgent priority for this synod, and has been. That's going to be, I think, one of the big things in the Synod Assembly in October. 5 minutes, okay. So where are things going? I think we see, first of all, a constantly evolving synod. There's talk, obviously, of trying to implement synodality at every level of the church, pastoral councils, diocesan councils. But here's something to put out there for wider discussion. If the synod is supposed to take place at every level, one question strikes me. What does this mean for, say, a papal conclave? If a papal election were called tomorrow, the cardinals who would gather in Rome would have their discussions and cast their votes. But would this be synodal? It would seem quite strange if it was simply the cardinals talking simply amongst themselves. Is there a way for them to listen to the people of God, to hear from women, to hear from leaders of religious orders, etc.? There's also an argument for having that conclave over a longer period of time to be able to listen to the work of the Holy Spirit. So I think there's an area there that could be opened up for further reform. And the Pope himself has said that the synod structure can be adapted and innovated in his ruling Episcopalis Communio. And there's a very interesting part of that document where Francis writes that, or it says, if he considers it opportune, especially for reasons of an ecumenical nature, the Roman pontiff may summon a synodal assembly according to other formats established by himself. So a synod that involves other Christian denominations. So I think we're seeing a body that is constantly evolving, and there's lots of things to explore and lots of possibilities that are opening up, and that's Francis's way to try and open processes rather than simply issue edicts. But of course, the synod has to be more than structures. It has to also be a culture and a style. And I think it was interesting that the synod working document points out that a synod is not a parliament and is most like a liturgical assembly. So the synod is not just another church meeting, but actually, when you look at it more closely, it's a spiritual process. It's not just a question of having a few minutes of prayer before the meeting and saying, right, let's get down to business. This is actually a spiritual and liturgical activity, which is, I think, quite demanding and certainly something that seems new to the culture of the church. Okay, I'll just two more points, two more challenges, I think. The first is the resistance and inertia. Vimal has touched on this. We certainly see this in the Church in the United States. There are bishops who seem to have, and other groups who've set themselves against this papacy. Almost an internal schism which hasn't been formally declared because they're simply waiting out this pontificate. That's going to be, I think, this is a very difficult situation. There's some resistance amongst the clergy. Again, Vimal talked about the overhaul of seminary formation. That seems very strong, or that is very strong in the working document for the synod. And I think this resistance is a big problem because, as Massimo said, you can't have a synod process that bypasses the bishops. Obviously, the hope is that through the process there can be a synodal conversion, but I think that is a big challenge. And the second challenge, and this is something closer to what I do, communication and language. I think the whole terminology of the synod is difficult for people, difficult to unpack it. I actually prefer the phrase synodal renewal to synodality. And there's talk of circularity in decision-making. I find that a bit difficult because it sort of suggests going round in circles. I prefer the idea of flow, the flow of decision-making between different areas. Although Massimo said it's like cash flow, so maybe that's better. But I think the language is important. And how the synod is communicated is key. I have children as well. If we're going to reach younger audiences, we've got to get the synod out there on the platforms that they are on and to do it proactively. It's got to be digital first. There was a digital synod, which I think was very successful, but I think at the local level, we've got to get the synod story out there on all the platforms proactively. Finally, the question of could a future pope take things in a different direction, go into reverse gear? I think that's unlikely. Of course, there are strong forces that are trying to find a candidate who will slow the whole thing down. The next conclave is likely to be a big battle, but I believe this synod is not simply a project of the Francis pontificate. It will be his most significant and lasting legacy. This process has shown that the Church needs to be synodal if it wants to speak to people today and credibly witness to the gospel. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Chris. I'm struck there when you talk about the need for the Synod to be in the kind of platforms where younger people are at, the digital platforms, and I'm thinking of the Synod on TikTok, and I don't know if it's a dream or a nightmare, but anyway, at this stage, as we're getting very close to the close of the day, because I really want to honor the time that we put in the timetable, I'd just like to invite the other speakers to come back up onto the platform, and we might do about 20 minutes maybe of just some open forum. So any questions for anyone on the panel? And we'll try to give this about 20 minutes. I want to try to be true to the time, because I know people have to get trains and buses and all kinds of things.
Hello. Thank you to all the contributors. But I've got a canon law question. I'm having done further studies myself now. It's always puzzled me, and perhaps I did canon law at the wrong place. It's always puzzled me why in canon law finance councils are mandatory and our pastoral councils are kind of only recommended. And do we see that perhaps during this synodal process that some of our canons will change so that this whole synodal way of doing things can be more mandatory?
Do you want to take that, Myriam?
Yeah, sure. I get so many emails from around the world whether the outcome of the synod will be that the diocesan pastoral council and the parish pastoral council will be obligatory. You can ask the priests. They have a presbyteral council which is obligatory. And the priest will tell you in many dioceses around the world, that means the bishop convokes the presbyteral council twice a year to inform them about the decisions he has made. So the fact that the council is obligatory in itself does not produce what you are looking for. And I spoke yesterday in Durham, and I would like, it's only 30 seconds. So I was speaking with a former classmate of mine, who is a bishop, and he told me he was in his third diocese, because he is very successful in helping dioceses to heal after immense abuse problems. But he did say to me, this was 2008, I have decided not to re-establish a diocesan pastoral council in my diocese. So I said to him, his name is Paul. I said, Paul, are you actually celebrating the sacrament of confirmation in your diocese? Of course, he said. It's great, all these young families. And I said, so what are you celebrating? Well, the gift of the Holy Spirit. So I said then, and does the Holy Spirit work in your diocese? And he said, I don't know, I guess so, I don't know. And I said, how come you don't know? He said, well, how am I supposed to find that out? I said, well, establish a diocesan pastoral council. So he did. I mean, we meet every 2 or 3 years, and he told me that today this diocesan pastoral council is for him also a great support. He said he's really surprised by the generosity of the people on it. But he also told me that he is using this diocesan pastoral council to help him to write the Liminal report, which is basically now a report which is a side effect of a 5-year term planning, and where are we, what have we performed in the past 5 years, where are we going in the next 5 years, where are we going to be in the next 10 and 20 years. He also told me that he had, at my last visit, he said he had a very interesting experience because they had to do something about schools. And the Canon is saying the Diocesan Pastoral Council is for the more important issue in the pastoral life of the diocese. So many bishops would say this is an issue for the school boards and for the schools. But he decided this was an issue that all families would be affected by, so he brought it on the agenda. And the whole council was eager to take off and to discuss the issue and to make a decision. And then he stopped the conversation and he said, look who is at this table. There is no principal, there is no teacher, there is no representative of the pupils, and there is no representative of the parents. Who are we to make a decision and to discuss this? Should we not invite these different groups and send a representative to inform us about the issues? So he had to teach the people who thought that they were very synodal that they should learn to listen to the others. So this will be a major challenge. This is not just we will have 3 women in the room and then the issues have been settled because I am a woman and I now know how to do these things. So it's not that easy. It's going to be a much more learning project, I think. So my final point on this is you can have laws around and up and down. If you don't have a change of mentality, nothing will happen. And the final point, establishing diocesan pastoral councils, the bishop has to issue statutes for that. Canon law does not say what has to be in those statutes. So no bishop is impeded, because it is not forbidden, to determine in the statutes that 50% of the members should be women.
Okay, anyone else? Speak boldly, speak freely.
I would just like to thank all of you for what you have done here today. It has been a fantastic experience. We're coming out of parishes, areas that nobody speaks about synod, nobody speaks about climate change, or we're not following the Pope. And the more you look at it, Wijlens came up, and he's a product of one of the big changes where Francis speaks of the joy of the gospel, the joy of the good news. There was never joy in the good news when we were small and going to school. But we have it now, and the joy of the good news is the Spirit. And the Spirit is there. And you people have kindled that Spirit right here today in front of our eyes. And it's been fantastic. And we need an awful lot more. We need a lot more formation. There was a great phrase, one of the few good things Pope John Paul II did in South America. When he came visiting Lima, he said he was very impressed. The people had, his summary was, hunger for God, yes. Hunger for bread, no. People here have a hunger for God. We don't have much of a hunger for bread, but we do have a hunger for God. And you people have done an awful lot to lift our spirits, like the joy of the good news. The Spirit will win out.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have someone else there, Brandon.
Thanks, Brendan. I'm just, it's a kind of a question to all panelists. Have you been happy, and can you see yourselves in the Instrumentum Laboris now that we have it?
I would say yes, very much so. And the more I hear of what the Spirit is saying in other people, the more I recognize their voices in myself. And I would want to say, actually, both to you and in response to our last speaker, so many of the great revolutions in this world have been begun by a couple of like-minded people sitting over a pint. You know, that's all it takes. That's all it takes in a parish. You know, we can't wait for someone to give us permission. We have to get going ourselves. And the more we can enter into conversation and, you know, listen in to other people, humbly to other people's conversations, I think the more we gather a momentum. The greatest thing that's stopping things happening is our conviction that nothing's happening. you know. And I just look at the people in this room, the wealth of experience. I don't know all of you. I probably know about 20 of you. The wealth of experience that I know there is in this room already, of life experience, of personal, spiritual experience, of pastoral experience. This could set the world on fire. All it needs is the people we've got in this room. So let's not believe that nothing's happening or nothing will happen or can happen. It will if we make it happen. And I think the Instrumentum Laboris actually holds that in its grasp, really.
Amen. I might ask Chris maybe to speak to that from the Roman perspective as well.
Yeah, I think what is striking about the Instrumentum Laboris is the fact that it in the past those documents were just paragraphs of statements or assertions, and now they're listed as questions for further discernment, which I think is an amazing shift, very significant shift. And I also think that the document contains a lot of what came up from the consultations and the dialogues. Again, an important shift. It's the bottom-up process rather than the top-down. And you mentioned, Michael mentions that, you know, the Roman perspective. I think there will be some people in Rome who are unsettled by all of this, because it's not Roman control of it. It is actually people at the grassroots.
I hope so.
Speak to it.
I was very happy reading the Instrumentum Laboris on many levels. One, the method. Another was I kept reading what we have been hearing around the world in it. And I think people felt like I was in it somehow. I was in it. I was heard. The other piece is, so there's the method as well that I think people are resonating with, and I think it's a way forward. I also believe it's a way for people to feel that, wait a minute, we did session 1 and it was listening to everybody, and then session 2 is just listen to those representatives from the continents, and now it's going to get into a smaller and smaller space, and the rest of us are going to be watching. The way it was written actually invites us right back to look at those as worksheets. I know with UISG and others, they're going to ask people, have discussions on these. There's enough to look at. I mean, even at the assembly, everyone's not looking at every piece at that same level. But I think it's another way for us to be involved and engaged and to say, where's the local? Because it is really everyone's saying, what's my little part in this? And if it's having a conversation and saying, did you read it? Or having the listening sessions and let's talk about this or some part of it. I think this is not meant to say we heard you the first time and now sit back and let everyone else. I think we're done with that. I think it has to continue. But it's going to be creative as any group can be. To create spaces, to continue this. Every place is in a different spot. So if 3 people say, we'd like to have a gathering, and you put a notice, what might it be? Or do something online, or, you know, but there are too many questions to take on at even the 3 priorities. So how might you, and do that over the course of time? Because if I understood it correctly, even after the October Synod, it's time to consider those questions again. And some of it will go to the theologians, canonists, but it's for all of us to be reflecting and praying with this. And if it's a conversion experience, it's going to ask all of us in us. And so, you know, and how do we invite our brother priests, our brother bishops, whoever it is, to be in the conversation? Sister Natalie has said often that the bishops have said to her when they have been at listening sessions, it's changed them. It shifted something for them. And so it is for us to keep space at the table.
Father Eamonn, did you want to speak to this?
Yeah, just a couple of points really that strike me from this. The first thing is that I was at the Synod in 2012, which was the last Synod of Pope Benedict. I was there for the month of October, like the assembly we're heading into now. I sat up the back with a few other theologians, and one American Benedictine monk from Sant'Anselmo, one of the monasteries in Rome, he said, gee, this is like being on a transatlantic flight all day, every day, and you don't get to choose the movie. And it was. And it was flying economy. Just to say that things have changed, and I think Chris gave us a very good account of the gradual transformation of the process of the General Assembly. Now, if I may correct slightly our organisers, the banner we've had all day up there said, waiting for a synod. We're not waiting for a synod. We're in the middle of a synod. We're waiting for the first of 2 assemblies within the synod. It would be a big mistake if we're waiting for this, or indeed the second assembly, to give us a mandate to do what we know we need to do, and what we can as well do now as we will be able to do after the October gathering. And I think that's why it's so important for the local churches to review the submissions that they received and discern, move from the listening to the discernment stage here and now. And indeed, that's also a big question now at the moment in Australia, where they're saying, okay, we're waiting on this recognitio, but why are we waiting on it? In fact, there's very little in that surprised us, and that we can't already take responsibility for and be actioning already ourselves. And furthermore, one of the outcomes of this synod will be to formalise decentralisation, which is what we already need to be engaging with. So I think it's a big mistake if we simply say, now let's see what happens in Rome, and we'll see from there. And my last point, and this is one that concerns me, and it was, in a sense, it was when you spoke there about how heartening you're finding today and all of that. I'm thinking of my classmates, priests. I've had a very privileged priesthood. I'm very, very grateful for it. I think of a lot of classmates and older priests in parishes this weekend. They'll have 3 or 4 masses across different parishes, being spread over more thinly. One of my classmates talks about it as the beau geste model of priesthood. Do you remember the beau geste film? French legionaries being slaughtered in a castle, and there's just 2 or 3 of them left. They prop up the dead bodies behind the parapets, and they poke their rifles out, and they run around the different firing, and to make it look like there's still a regiment active. And he says that's what we're being asked to do. Hide behind the propped up dead bodies and take pot shots. Create the impression, the illusion. And it's a painful place for a lot of priests. And whatever the reasons, I think we have to listen to the experience of priesthood as much as we're listening to others. However difficult we may find that, what resistances it might bring up in ourselves, that's part of the synodal journey, I think, now as well. And I'm concerned about that, because I think it's going to impede healing for everybody and further journeying for everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, Eamonn. Any more questions from the floor? Just up here at the front, Brandon.
This isn't actually a question. It's just my appreciation of what you've done for us today. And personally, what hit me so much was that you shared with us that you have learned it by doing it. And I'm just conscious of a parish priest who I think is very afraid to make moves, and because he doesn't feel competent. And I'm going home today with the intention maybe that I'll invite him to learn by doing. And you have given me that today. Thank you.
Do you want to maybe speak to that, Vimil, the importance of learning by doing?
Nothing much. I don't have much to say about it, except to say, be careful when you're saying that.
Just right up here at the front, Brandon, on my left-hand side.
I'm struck by the synchronicity on a feast day where we celebrate someone who pointed the way. Thanks to each one of you for pointing the way. And I just wonder, after the richness of what we've heard today, what has dropped into the ear and descended into the heart? And with whom are you going to share that?
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Just over here, Brandon, second row on the right.
I think we could all look out for the good in others and let it come out to meet us. So we could also, instead of questioning about the whole synodal process, to say to ourselves, have we seen little glimmers of light? And I'm delighted that I was in Longford last Sunday, and I went home joyful, positive, because it was an absolutely wonderful occasion, absolutely wonderful. Coming out of the whole 3 years of COVID and a lot of criticism and a lot of this, it was a great day for everybody, and people are still talking about it. And we can put energy, we can put positivity into it. It was really a wonderful day, and a great credit to the entire Church of Ireland and everybody involved in it. And it wasn't in the cities at all, it was down in Longford, and they really did very well. Everybody was involved. The returned bishops came back. There was 150 priests at it, 40 bishops, lay people, women, children. It was the installation of what they considered when he was appointed was a little bit too old to be the bishop, the new bishop. But I tell you, he brought the crowd and people came back. It was multicultural, it was inclusive. I sat with the Coptic Orthodox man from down in Tipperary. And on Tuesday night, I followed to Dundalk, and there was a young man celebrating his silver jubilee, a priest, an African priest, and he was exactly what this is all about today. He had people we don't always agree everything with, but he was able to include everybody. You know, people that thought a bit different to us. It was just a wonderful, wonderful night. He's only 10 months walking the streets of Dundalk, and he went with courage to ask his parish priest, may I celebrate Mass on my silver jubilee? Go ahead. They went ahead. It was just, we had 2 choirs, people were there, people appreciating the church. Another very positive experience. So I think we have synodal moments around. If we're opening our eyes, we will see them and we will meet them and we will talk with them. I have been 77 days in a Vincent's Hospital in Dublin, and again, what you see there, people working together, all nationalities, all colours, all creeds. So I think we're still in the wonderful Ireland today, and I'm proud to be in it. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Amen. Thank you very much for reminding us of all those moments. And likewise, I was in Longford, and it really was a very joyful occasion. I am very conscious of time, and time is moving on. But I am going to ask Massimo to maybe give us the last word as an historian, obviously, but with an eye on the future. So, you know, give us some words of inspiration as we leave today. No pressure.
Yeah. On the question of the instrumentum, just as an historian, this synod is more council-like than like the previous bishops' synods. And the documents for the preparation of the Second Vatican Council were quite terrible. This is much more like the church as it is today. And it is really hopeful to see that we don't have that gap to bridge in just a few weeks. So that gives me hope. And also all this day today, sorry for my voice, it's been a strange week, but I'm very happy that I've been here with all of you. I mean, Synodality exists. We can debate on the names. I mean, Synodality is Synodal Renewal, but it's a thing. It exists. And so we have done something like that today, I think.
Great. Thank you very much. It just remains for me really now to thank on your behalf this really wonderful panel. It's been a very enlightening and very engaging day. I think we could probably speak well into the night. So if Gemma is able to provide the pints that she spoke about earlier, then I think there probably would be a few takers here for that. I also want to thank all of you for coming here today. It's quite a commitment to come on one of the hottest days of the year to sit in this in this hot hall, and I hope that our day has added more light than heat on the topic of synodality. I want to just say that a number of people have been asking me where it'll be possible to view these talks back. If you go to the YouTube channel of iCatholic, so if you go into YouTube and you search for iCatholic, you'll you'll find this, and you'll be able to watch all of the videos back there, so that they're all there. I want to thank everyone who's helped organize today. I want to thank Brandon and Deirdre and Rowan and Elika and all the people who behind the scenes have organized this. I want to thank above all else, and he'll be embarrassed for me singling him out, but I really want to thank Gary O'Sullivan, who really was the inspiration behind this conference. And many times when people were telling him that it was too much of an undertaking, or he wouldn't get anyone to turn out for it, or it was the wrong time to be doing something like that, he persevered with it. And Gary really is one of the pioneers in Ireland, breathing life into the concept of synodality. And I would say the new newspaper that he publishes, the Synodal Times, I really would encourage you to pick up a copy and look at that. I will say, as the editor of the Irish Catholic, that the Synodal Times is now the second best Catholic newspaper in Ireland. So it's just for me now to wish you all a very, very safe home, and thank you all very much for turning up, and please feel free to mill around for a while. I'm sure there are many more conversations to be had, so thank you.
To the loving Saviour's voice, so teach the nations all Hallows still may well rejoice, as we deigns to call the toil sublime with love embrace, to reap the grand reward. Unfold before its living race the banner of the Lord. The alma mater, mother fair, we hail with sweet accord. With love thy children teach to bear the banner of the Lord. In lands afar for Christ our King, for justice and for right,